my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Try this because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my!
What?
Be happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree, and that is gonna be enough for. Wait, another 4K. It's like only one satchel for Full X to play around with. He still has a lot of things to work with. Young Pork out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Wingman clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. Now loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Get the ball. Full X though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. Full X bells them all.
A lot of shots connecting already. 1-1 from far, and here comes the showstopper. Fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. And right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K to take it to 11-10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
Is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shot! And it's a 13! Oh, black and blue kill!
Now be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as Zol get on the board.
Shot from York. Kelly F is going crazy. As the showstopper, as the fight against two, the clap is going to be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is going to fall down. This is going to be
The road to Ascension starts here. This is the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 2 presented by PPGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round-robin format where every game is a best-of-3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best-of-5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best-of-5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much-anticipated LAN Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines.
What is up, Pilipinas? Nagbabalik ang VCT Split 2 at ito ang lower bracket finals. I'm Oasis. Kasama ko si Dash at si Blaze na nagbabalik at muli po. Maraming salamat sa mga naging patient at umantabay din sa mga teams para sa moment na to. At sa mga sanonood ngayon, we hope that you are all safe at nandito pa rin kami para magbigay ng action for VCT Split 2. Dash, Blaze, kamusta kayo?
Ako okay naman ako, Oasis. Excited ako dito sa laban natin kasi Oasis versus Zol yung magiging laban natin ay may kita na natin kung sino yung pupunta sa Grand Finals. Kalaban yung Naos Esports. Nakalaban na nila pareho to yung Naos Esports. So exciting kung ano mangyayari sa susunod.
Kumbaga pareha sa rematch ang aantabayanan natin pagpasok na into the Grand Finals. Pero dito sa lower bracket finals, hindi mo pa rin masabi dahil after what happened from the last few days nga ng mga series sila, talagang it's still big of a question mark for us.
Well, speaking of us, madami nga din nagkaroon ng mga teams katulad na lang ng Just Us na nagbigay din ng mga malupitang laban. Who would have thought in the last moments of the regular season ay nagkaroon talaga ng pagkakataon para makapasok sa playoffs. Pero ngayon, as we look back on the highlights, ito yung mga moments that we live for. Ito yung malulupit sa mga ni Glaze and Dash na yung mga labanan ng mga teams papunta sa araw na to.
And honestly, yung mga laban na to nakikita natin right now, if it is a lot of highlights coming from Naos Esports and maybe yung laban din ng Just Us Zone, it was great series sa mga nakita natin. Pero etong match na to specifically, I think this was a match in where the maps aren't favoring Oasis Gaming.
Totoo. Ilang beses namin pinag-usapan yun nung nasa panel na kami. And there comes na point na meron naman din talagang highlights coming into the place for Oasis Gaming. But unfortunately, hindi ito nangyari ulit. Katulad ng una na lang naging laban nga going into the regular season, laban na nga sa Naos. But this one is different. Grabe yung higpit ng laban na ito for Just Us and Zol. Even though na masasabi natin, it was kind of difficult for Zol to clean things out. But Just Us, happy yung showing nila as their end, their face, their run dito sa playoffs.
Speaking of the run, ito yung naging takbo din ng mga pupunan natin na talagang nagpakita ang gilas. As you said, there were some plays na it was a complete game changer for everything. Pero good thing to note and mention ko dito yung teams Oasis and Zol Esports Dash. Yung dalawang teams na to, gusto ko lang pag-usapan dahil ngayon, we're on a best of 5 na series coming from a best of 3s in the regular season and even today. Ano ba nangyari sa dalawang to? How was the history? At paano sila umabot dito? Kasi ito lahat na pangyayari dito, sobrang lupit. Dahil lahat, bago na yung pag-usapan, ang mga naging history ng teams. So we would like to thank Mineski Global for being the official tournament organizer for the 2024 Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meal. Use promo code GrabFood60 and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onward. Saktong-sakto kasi nandito nga yung lower bracket finals natin.
Oo. Habang manood tayo ng lower bracket finals, this is a best of 5 syempre. Saktong-sakto yung ating Grab Food na combo nga natin dyan, na code nga natin dyan. But again guys, syempre, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Thank you so much sa inyo dahil even up to this day ay talagang sumuporta pa rin. At syempre, meron pa tayong grand finals pero bagong lahat, balikan na muna natin pinag-usapan natin kanina. Prior to the start of the show, nag-usap kami ni Honey Glaze and Dash. Ano ba yung naging history ng dalawang teams na to, Dash? Kasi kanina na-mention mo na nagkaroon ng malulupitang plays, malulupitang comebacks. How is Oasis and Zol Esports? How was the history from this day na nasa lower bracket semis na tayo?
Alam ko yung may thoughts dyan si Honey Glaze. Honey Glaze, alam ko may masasabi ka tungkol dito sa history ng dalawang teams natin.
Pinasa mo pa sa akin dahil nga ang hirap sabihin.
Ikaw yung mas mainit dito.
Ang hirap sabihin, ang hirap banggitin. But unfortunately, throughout last year na nagkatapat nga ang Zol and ang Oasis, wala pa kahit isa na nagpapanalo na nga yung Zol sa kanila. So this can be the day for it to change. But then again, it's still different if I may say dahil Oasis has been really phenomenal. Starting off, doon sa fact na group stage pa lang, hindi sila natatalo ng any teams at all dito sa Split 2.
And to add to that story, yung Split 1 kasi, hindi sila nagkita kasi na-eliminate agad yung Oasis Gaming na nasa bracket stages na sila. So technically, hindi pa nabe-break yung streak na yon na sinabi nga ni Honey Glaze. So ayun, dito na makikita kung mabe-break ba yung streak na yon.
Tingnan natin ang streak na naging teams na to for our bracket heading to today's matches. Kung makikita natin ano nga ba yung naging journey ng ating VCT split number 2. Ayan ayan na to. Eto na. Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin to, Dash, kanina. Sabi nga ni Honey Glaze, yung history never natalo. Pero ano bang one thing in common ito, Dash, na meron sa dalawang teams na to?
Honestly, yung sinabi nga natin kanina, one thing in common na meron sila, pareho silang tinalo ng knockouts dito sa bracket stages natin. Kaya sila napunta sa lower brackets natin. Pero something to add to that is how Just Us performed during the recent periods then. Kasi yes, they lost against Oasis, pero yung laban nila against Zol was really close. That was a 2-1. Kaya tayo nag-lead up dito sa Oasis versus Zol dito sa huli natin.
Kaya nga sabi natin, parang binansagan na nga silang Dark Horses for our tournament, for the playoffs, ika nga natin lahat. Pero then again, Just Us, grabe yung naging ender talaga nila. Hindi ako makamove on dahil even though it was a clean 2-0 para sa Oasis to win out their series into their crossover matches, it wasn't that super clean. Again, umabot tayo ng overtime. Umabot tayo ng pagkakataon pang matapos nga ito ng Just Us. But then again, buti na lang natulda ka na yun ng Oasis. Kaya naman ngayon, sila pa rin naman na maglalaban here in the lower bracket finals.
So dito pa lang dahil sinabi niyo nga since this team hindi pa rin nagkakaroon ng karoon ng pagkakatalo and also yung Zol against Oasis and with this all of the things being said pwede pala to maging statement match if ever matalo kasi nandito na tayo sa part na papunta na sa grand finals so pwede natin makita as you said Honey Glaze may mga parts na madumi or hindi naging naging consistent rather in terms of the plays, in terms of the mechanics. Pero I think this is one thing na kailangan din pinagandaan ng mga teams because right now in the best of 5 series, madaming pwedeng mangyari. Alam ko Dash, one time na nagpart tayo ng panel, nagkaroon talaga ng mga momentum breaking scenarios na yung mga teams na to ay may kanya-kanyang paraan to have a great recovery. So tawagin na natin muna ang Zol Esports para sa lineup nila for this match.
Hindi man naging malinis ang group stages nila for Seoul Esports, but then again, they had such a great run simula sa pool ng ating crossovers naman. Nakita naman natin kung paano nila na-annihilate nga itong Just simula sa pool ng pagpasok nga ni Jay all throughout the crossovers. It has been really phenomenal. But with this kind of scenario na natalo sila ng isang mapa laban sa Just Us, will it be a big factor against Oasis who had also such a really phenomenal run laban sa Just Us din?
Yung magiging tanong rin kasi dito sa laban na to between Naos and especially yung naglaban sila against Naos Esports, yung one time na hindi nila binigyan ng chance yung Naos sa defense, saka isang win lang yung Naos sa kanila. That was a big statement during that time, and that's why Zol Esports, kung kukumpara natin yung performance nila at gagawin nating barometer yung laban nila sa Naos, Zol Esports perform better dun sa mga games natin.
Malalaman natin yan, ha? Malalaman natin yan. Pero ngayon, tawagin na natin ang Oasis Gaming for their lineup.
Oasis Gaming, the cleanest group stage nakita natin dito sa ating tournament. They were able to pull out some insane stuff even against Naos and Zol Esports na naglaban sa Grand Finals during Split 1. Pero this time, they have struggled nung last game na nakita natin sila against Naos Esports. It was a 0-2 finish and on maps na alam nating hindi nila best maps like Bind and Ascent. So I hope this time na best of 5 maging iba yung performance nila.
Kailangan din naman kasi talaga na matalo tayo muna para ma-humble down tayo, para magkaroon ng pagkakataon din na mai-up nga yung ating mga sarili to win another series. And again, I love this warm-up all throughout our players, our teams right now para sa side ng Oasis Gaming dahil ito rin naman ang kailangan nating makita, yung coordination nila, yung mga calls nila and such. And hindi naman doon nagkakahuli ang lahat para sa side ng Oasis dahil again, they have undying consistency all throughout the players dito ng Oasis.
Well, Honey Glaze, mukhang tama nga sa sinabi mo. And speaking of coordination and consistency, mukhang sabay-sabay naman sila mag-stretching doon. At pareho silang color-wide, hindi katulad ni Wit sa ating lineup na siya lang nag-iisa. So I believe mas magiging planchado ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. Sabi mo nga, Dash, they had a clean regular season. So hoping to see na, I think more of the, I think there were some sorts of games na or series na merong mga pagkakamali din sila in a way. Pero anyway, in a scenario of a series, nababawi naman din nila. Tama ba?
Yeah, honestly, yung mga games nila, yes, hindi sila nanalo, or rather, hindi sila natalo during their games during the group stages. Pero one thing's for sure, some of the games were hard. Some of the games were overtime. Some of the games were 3 games. Pero at least, in the end, yung pinaka-importante, sila yung nanalo sa huli.
Yun pa naman din yung hinahanap natin kasagutan. Way back then, on Split 1, na nakakayanan naman nila in the early stages, even into the middle parts. Ang galing nila mag-adjust and all. But again, the problem is kapag bigla sila ng overwhelm, biglaan ng kabilang team, na kunyari may magpa-pop off, kunyari makakakuha ng 1v3 clutches, ay bigla na lang din, nagka-crumble through yung nilang mga nagiging eco-rolls. But with how Dubstep and Wits has been really phenomenal on the backstage as the pillars for the rest of the gang, talagang makikita mong they have been showing up na kakayanin nila lang maging titans nga all throughout the group stages.
At naging maganda ang snowball ng Oasis Gaming as well on how they wanna take the maps and also great coverages against the other team. So dito pa lang, we are seeing the playmakers as you've mentioned, Honey Glaze. Kasi alam ko kahit kami ni Dash, minigit din kayong mga teams na even players who also knows how to pop off. Kasi I think that's one thing na kailangan nila kasi you've mentioned about that there were some places na nagiging overwhelming and then they respond din na parang, oh my gosh, kailangan ko, iba na medyo nawawala din sa sitwasyon na on how to respond quickly. I think how Zol Esports understands more of how they want to be consistent this time around. I think with their playmakers as well, Dash, mukhang kaya naman nila tatapatan to na, syempre, nasa lower bracket na tayo papunta sa Grand Finals, kailangan talaga na to galingan.
Yeah, yung kailangan talaga makita natin dito is how Kelly S, whenever it's given the chance talaga na si Kelly S makapag-pop up, makakuha ng mga 30k per game na parang nagiging normal na nga sa mga series natin nakikita. So I hope na yung condition ng mga players natin from both teams, Oasis Gaming and Zol Esports, would actually go through dito sa araw na to. May ilang maps ba sila? 5 maps sila, di ba? So dahil 5 maps sila, meron silang maraming time para makapagpainit during the whole series.
Kinabahan yung mga casters natin ngayon kasi biglang binati na ni Dash. Baka nga magkaroon tayo ng 5
Ay, sorry!
maps, no?
Dash.
Hindi malabang mangyari because given the fact that this is Oasis and Zol, this is a statement na, a series where they can prove to us na kaya na nga nila manalo all throughout. For example, para sa Oasis na maituloy nga yung win streak nila laban sa Zol, or kaya naman si Zol ay ma-break apart na nila yung curse na yon na lagi sila natatalo against Oasis. With the presence given to us by Je, ever since this crossover or kaya dito sa playoffs, will it be a big change? Or ito na rin ang main reason kung bakit pwede rin makakuha din ng weak points netong Oasis against Zol Esports?
Kung weak points na pag-uusapan, Honey Glaze and Dash, I think there was some sorts of I think miracle plays na nakita natin from both of these two. Again, hindi tayo aabot sa ganitong sitwasyon kung sila mismo ay kakayanin ulit gumapang pataas dahil papunta na nga tayo sa Grand Final. So dito pa lang, with all of the things they have went through, alam mo, gusto ko lang balikan mga highlight plays kanina. Is there a specific moment na talagang gusto nyo pang balikan? Kasi alam mo na best of 5 lahat na ito naghahanda. May nagsistretching pa nga So dito pa lang, I think one of the highlight plays na kailangan din talaga ingatan ng either both of these two teams. As you said, this could be a statement match either for these two. So ano ba yung para sa yung highlight plays na hindi mo makakalimutan from these two teams, Honey Guys and Dash?
Sino muna, ako ba?
Go!
Okay, sige, ako
Pwede.
muna. Ako muna. So, with that, yung sinabi namin kanina, na pag-usapan din ata natin kanina to, for the side of Naos, the Naos versus Zol matchup, si Je, nung naka 1v5 siya, nung sa icebox, that was crazy. Seeing that in action was crazy. A 1v5 clutch against the team na nasa Grand Finals na Naos Esports. It was great to see Je actually popping off as a newcomer from the side of Zol Esports.
Ang inaabangan ko naman dito is kung ano ang magiging map veto nila, and also the possibility nga na magkapalit-palit na naman when it comes to the roles between Kakarot and also Zin. Dahil Zin, phenomenal on the Cypher, phenomenal on the back ends. But then, nung nakita natin siya back in Ascent, yes, nakakapagbigay naman siya ng fragging capabilities as a duelist. But again, parang lagi silang nagkakaroon ng chance na there can be some slip-ups pa rin for this team. But then again, yeah, doon pa lang sa mga naging highlights nga ng recap natin earlier on, I really do think that Zin on the duelist can be a solution nga for the team para mas maging consistent, dahil we have Batman even with his consistency, Mr. Consistency nga, even katulad ng sabi nila Vil, diba? Na pwede pa ma-amplify nila all throughout the series.
Yeah, and nga pala si Vil, no? Parang yung mismo explainer kanina mas bagay ata kung live. Kasi yung boses sa live, pag nakikita ko siya iba Tapos doon parang may may extra effect no, yung boses niya. So parang masyado namang medyo artificial. But anyway, going back sa Tatiana Place, yung mga naging plays ng teams na to, guys, they have been phenomenal. They will the consistency will be in check as we were breaking it down sa inyo dito. Dahil nagkaroon nga talaga ng iba't ibang pagkakataon yung mga teams to have a recovery, to have a great way of using the composition. You mentioned about the double duelist, even double ini na pwede nagagamit din throughout regular to the playoffs mode. So dito pa lang, we have seen some great switches from these two teams na maybe no regular season nagtipid ng onti ng strat, tapos papunta naman ng playoffs. Playoffs mode. Ako, never ako nag-predict with just us throughout the regular season. And coming into the playoffs, parang, wow. They just completely trying to, they strive to be one of those teams to break the barriers of the impossible. So dito pa lang, we've seen teams actually try to fight back and also have a unique way of doing it. Kasi in a day of a player, syempre, depende pa rin sa gising. Alam ko si Dash, maaga nagising today Pero kamusta naman yung nakita mo dito? Kasi,
May bugs pa rin ako kahit
oh, di ba?
nagising ko, di ba?
Ay, wow. Maaga meaning
Hindi,
alas 4,
feature na
alas
yan
5.
guys, hindi na nawawala yan. Pero still, yung yung pinag-uusapan na natin kanina to, nakabase rin talaga sa gising nila. Pero best of 5 kasi tong game natin, so mawawala rin yung factor na yung maps magiging problema unless hindi tayo makaabot sa game 4 and game 5. Pero still, yung maps natin, tignan natin kung actually effective for both of our teams. The only problem that I've seen, dahil nag-change yung map pool natin, is that yung one of the best maps of Oasis Gaming, Split, is out of the picture. Yun yung best map nila, and from what we've seen here, with it out, there's less options for them to play with.
Kaya nga biglang lumalabas yung Ascent, diba? Na usually naman they have
totoo.
always been banning, but then recently, although there was some bit of a struggle din naman ng mga nakatapat nga nila yung Just Us or kaya itong Naos, nakukuha pa rin naman nila yung tamang timpla. But then again, kapag nagkaroon nasira na yung synergy nila, nasira na yung momentum nila, it can be immediately over for Oasis. But surely enough, we can say na this is one of the days na syempre aabangan natin talaga yung Oasis, and we gotta see here yung pagpapapapotentials nga nila kay Elias.
Yeah, and we also waited for this day sa mga nanonood ngayon na nagkaroon nga ng pag-postpone ng ating match. Supposedly it was 24th. Siyempre sa unexpected mga circumstances, naging malupit talaga yung pagkagupit ng bagyo. And we're also praying, and also sa mga nanonood ngayon, hope you guys are doing okay. At ngayon, titingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung magiging resulta ng laban na to. Sino ba yung ating titingnan? Honey, Glaze, and Dash, tingnan na natin ang ating magiging head-to-head for this series.
And,
Hey!
okay.
Let's go!
Makikita na pala natin si Dubstep at si Kevz dito sa mga plays natin. I think nung last head-to-head rin, nakita ko rin si Dubstep during that last time. It's also because of the clutch potential of this guy. Dubstep has been so good at those times na on harder times, you could always depend on Dubstep, and also the same on the hands of Kevz dito. Nung game nila sa Naos, Kevz was going crazy. Nung nahihirapan sila lahat, si Kevz yung kumukuha ng kills para sa team na yon.
Exactly. Ito yung main reason kung bakit na masasabi natin na talagang deserve nila throughout our head-to-head and all. Dahil Kevz has been phenomenal throughout getting in those frags. Kapag hindi tumatama si Naparpan, hindi gumagana yung mga utilities nila and all, siya yung nag-step on forward para makakuha ng mga pickles. But it can be, parang pwede din itong masira throughout the games kung sakali mang mas maganda na rin naman na yung approaches, yung systematic approaches nga nila Dubstep and for the side of Oasis Gaming. But we gotta agree na parang kapag si Kevz yung napapop up, there can be some problem within the dual setup or kaya yung aggression nila dahil nga he's supposedly the support system nga throughout Seoul Esports.
Well, speaking of support system, Hero, Sova, and Omen, magkakaalaman na yan kung ano nga ba yung magiging map choices sa map veto for this best of 5. Sinabi ni Dash, magkakaroon tayo ng mga possibly 5 games, hindi imposible yun dahil nga we are on the verge of another elimination heading to the grand finals. You've mentioned about the maps being open and in favor for Oasis. Ano nga ba ngayon ang magiging solusyon ng Zol in taking this to a greater fight?
Oh, I think Abyss is a good... Yeah, Abyss is always a good fan dito. Lahat ng teams natin nag-a-adjust pa from this map. And yes, pwede mag-experiment na itry yung Abyss. Pero honestly, ngayon, at this point, that's not a chance that they're willing to take.
Totoo, kasi nalaro na rin naman na ito ng Sol before pa. Nung papasok nga natin into the crossover, but then again, it's still different to say na magiging kumpiyansa at kaya na nila yung Abyss. But with Abyss and Oasis na nag-ban out nga nito, ibig sabihin no, they have the chance to pick Ascent if this is one of the best ones they can play around with laban nga sa Sol. And to the fact that Sol has already banned out Lotus, alaking bagay nito dahil Lotus is one of the best ones for Oasis naman.
Yeah, and it all comes down to paano nila pipiliin yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng mapa natin, no, HG, kung ano magiging in favor sa kanila. Pero Zol, I do believe na if makuha tong Sunset, yes, Bind could be a next map here para at least makuha nila yung game 2 dito sa ating game.
And yesterday pa naman, di ba? Or rather, nung nakarang araw na naglaban nga yung Oasis at Naos, hindi naging maganda ang bind map nila. So that can be a statement din naman ngayon na nilapag ngayon ng Zol. Kasi kaya nila. They have been proven nila. Nakalaban nila before nga yung Carty World dito. Kinaya naman nila. Nakita naman natin si Kakorat, si Zind pagdating sa mga Sentinel plays and such. But then Sunset, it's also the different story dahil Zol medyo naging shaky din naman yung mga naging showing nila before.
Icebox. Oy, sinabi mo kanina yung mga malulupit na highlight plays sa Dasha. So baka pwedeng lumabas din dito. Kasi as far as we know how the history of these two teams during the highlights, may mga pagkakataon na hindi pabor sa kanilang map. And I believe in Valorant, sa mismong experience ko, it's always like the opposite depending on how you wanted to start this game. Momentum will always dictate it. Haven, ang napick nga dito ng Zoldash.
Yeah, last pick natin is going to be Ascent. So at least, last pick yung mapa na usually favored on the other side. Pero I hope na enough na to para, might I say it, aabot ba tayo sa Game 5? That's the question dito sa series natin. Kasi it's favoring talaga yung mga mapa na gusto nila. Pero yung third map natin, dito magkakatalo yung dalawang teams natin. Kung Game 4 lang ba tayo o Game 5 tayo.
I feel like for the last 3 maps, or rather last, alam ba to, yung Bind, Icebox, and Haven, kind of leaning towards Zol for a bit. But then, given the chances, this is still Oasis Gaming with Dusep and Wiz going into play. There's still a different story between the rest of the gang din naman dito na pwede maging komportable na nga with Kakarot, or rather, parang nga kina Kellyes and Kakarot naman as well na pwede niya makatapat all throughout being duelist nga dito sa ating series.
Dahil pinag-uusapan natin yung mapa kanina at even until now, tala, punta tayo sa prediction kung ano nga ba mapupunta sa series na to. Sisimulan ko na.
Sige, simulan mo.
Okay. So for this one, I'm going with Oasis Gaming dahil nagsa-stretching sila, importanteng exercise. Joke lang. Pero guys, sa mismo naging run nila, I'm going with Oasis for this series. It might not be either 4 games, depende, or I don't know. I'm keeping it open as of now, but for the series, it's gonna be Oasis. Sino ba?
Yep. At sa akin naman, I'm gonna be going with Zol Esports dito sa series natin just because of the fact na yung mapa natin, yung map veto, kinda favors them as what HG said kanina, yung game 2 to game 4 natin, yung magiging clincher round nila dito is how they are gonna be playing game 3 sa Icebox natin. If manalo yung Zol natin, feel ko magi-game 4 lang tayo and Zol would win that.
Oasis probably has an answer to that given the fact na yes, pinili nga nila yung Sunset at all. Nakita nila na hindi naging maganda ito para nga kina Palpen, para nga kina Kakarot all throughout their games nung nakaraan. But then again, it's still different. Oasis might probably win this kapag nakuha nila yung first 2 maps at pwede nga tayong umabot in a decider later. But let's see. Pupunta pa rin naman ako for Oasis dito sa aking prediction.
Oh, okay. So meron tayong dalawang Oasis sa ating prediction. So bala ka na, Dash, kung ikaw ay mapunta sa ibang kung ano man ang resulta ng laban natin. But it's good. Meron tayong balance for this kasi again, it could go either way and it's the lower bracket semis. So punta tayo sa grand finals. Syempre pupunta tayo sa exciting part. Hindi makukumpleto ang isang eksena na walang climax. Or kung ano mang pinaka-importanteng part ng VCT Split 2. So ito na. Well, Dash, I'm talking about TV series and movies. Alam mo yan. Honey Glaze, Dash, papunta tayo sa malapitang laban. Ito na. Pilipinas, casters, kayo na bala.
Today is the day. A do-or-die scenario in the lower bracket finals for Oasis and Zol. We got Zol Esports, the defending champions from last split. They've had a rough beginning in the regular season, but they're able to take back their championship form, and now they're here, aiming for a run back at Stage 1's Grand Finals against Naos. Well, on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Oasis Esports, a team that had undergone many role changes and roster changes as well for this year. From getting eliminated into crossover matches at the first split to being undefeated for the entirety of Split 2 run, dropping only 1 series so far when they met Naos Esports at the upper bracket finals. But let's start it here right now, Raf. We all know that they have one goal in mind, to qualify for VCT SCA and join Naos Esports in the grand finals to fight for Ascension Tokyo. And it starts here at Sunset.
Oh, catch your breath. I feel like I'm catching your breath for you. That was
Thank
a lot,
you.
but that is a great way to wrap up the entire season and what's been building up towards where, like you mentioned, Oasis and Zol battling it out for a chance at Ascension. At the moment, though, as our panel have said, this is not looking too good for Zol. Zol historically have not taken a game away from Oasis just yet.
Oh,
At
yeah.
the same time, you know, there's a lot of fates in the balance today, but this could be a big switch up for Zol, maybe in a positive way.
I remember a few days ago when we interviewed Zind after their victory against Just Us, and they're like, we haven't beaten them yet, just as you said, right? The records go way back 2022 when Zol Esports wasn't even Zol Esports just yet. We're talking about cores of NCG, Patman, and Zind when it was Savvy and Marky, of course, in Oasis since 2022. 2022, Raf. So a lot of the panels like, will the streak now break for what? How many years is that? I can't do math. 2 years?
1 + 1 year equals
1
2
+
years.
1 year. Thank you. Crazy stuff. But of course, yeah, just as you said, it might favor a little bit on Oasis side.
That being said, you know, there has to be some sort of psychological effect of not beating a team for 600 plus days.
Yeah.
But within those days, although they haven't gotten Oasis number just yet, they already captured a championship for them, a lot
True.
of improvements. I feel like I always talk about Patman, and you've also brought up Zin. Especially in their first iteration, you could feel that they had potential, but the question was, could they actually hit that marker? And going into the series, they have been spectacular. Zind has, pardon me, shown a lot of flexibility, and Patman has really upped the star power, especially when he's on that Sky on bind.
Oh yeah. It's like an entry Sky, if you will, especially constantly focused onto A when they're on the attacking end. But we cannot forget about Jet. I think he did phenomenally well as of recent in the past few series. A lot of multi-frags, especially in defense when he would be the sole guardian of a site. We would land a lot of really precise headshots, which makes it really scary when we look at the pistol round for both of these teams. It does feel like Pistol is leaning a little bit towards Zol Esports here.
That is a very bold statement to make, considering Oasis is quite
As of
proficient
recent,
at
at
the
least.
pistol.
As
yeah.
of recent, Oasis has not been doing too fly on the pistol rounds, at least as of recent.
Yeah, they got a 3-6 mafia it up, you know, stay fly for the series, because you go back on the eye test, like you mentioned, in the previous series that Zol did compete in, Jai would successfully hold against a very, very heavy hit. I think the play that really stuck with me is when 4 members of Just Us try to waterfall out of hookah, and obviously it was Jet to welcome them with very, very malicious intent.
It's really absolutely scary to think about. But when we talk about Oasis, I mean, we can't really deny the fact their strength here, their improvement. They are undefeated up until they've only lost 1 series so far in Split 2, and it was against Naos, and now they're here. This time around, in a best of 5 scenario, Rav. We're gonna be here for a long time today.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That actually kind of worries me, because in longer series, Zol tend to scale a lot better. But at the same time, Oasis have a lot of tricks up their sleeves and plays on their playbook, or in their playbook, that are readily available for them to whittle down this type of defense, right? But it's actually Zol on the attack, and with no two ways about it, A is the name of the game.
Nicely done. Dubstep dealing first blood. Kellyas will follow suit. It has been an explosive pistol round so far.
Indeed, it has been. Still a lot of resistance towards Elbow here, and Zol have not made it on the way to the site, and it doesn't look like they want to rotate out anytime soon.
Need to keep the silence, keep Oasis guessing, as it has been a stellar defense so far. Kevzy creeping a little close here. Might see and spot the alley player, but decide to dodge that instead. Someone will cover that in the end, but the crossfire is going to set up. Kevzy with a headshot. Jet from the other side. Dubstep with a classic kill. And now it's going down to a 1v2. Zind, quite low. That's a 1 body shot away. But a 3 person lead as Zol takes it back.
Ooh. Wits put in a familiar situation. 3-2-1 is quite low. Flash will smell doom for the rest of Zol, though.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. And Kevzy with a triple. At first we thought it was going towards Oasis, but Zol Esports bring it back.
You're right.
Yeah.
Zol would win pistol.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
off the back of Kevzy's careful play. Aside from the 3 kills he has, of course, you saw as they were trying to scale up A, they were already using the shock darts to get rid of Cypher traps. And again, Cypher A is not a super common starter for our scene. I mean, it happens maybe 2 out of 5 times. So either way, it's not like he had any better use of those shock darts anyway. And again, it just presented Zol with a lot of safer fights. And it opened up Oasis for all these unnecessary angles.
That's true. They even set up the crossfire, but take a look at this. They're pretty much damaged, but they're playing far forward. A lot of yellow health bars on the side of Oasis, but they'll try to backtrack for now. But Zol Esports decide to remain, and they retreat, actually.
A lot of map control being given away by Oasis here. They've already done a bit of damage to Kakarot, most especially. Batman's hurting a little bit, but so far, doesn't deter them from stepping onto the side, and maybe Oasis just has let go just a bit too soon. Drone is going to come out. Maybe that's going to alarm Oasis. But look at the flank. Look how many members are actually going around, crawling to the backside of Zol.
They're gonna get spotted by a tripwire, so I think Zin's on the case already with a Bulldog. The spray transfer is gonna work out for him with a double. And it is up to Dubstep and Marky to try something and see if they can take out one weapon or two.
Yeah, they're classics. At
True.
this point, it's very
It's
difficult.
hard.
At the same time, we can't really count them out just yet. But so far, Zol has had Oasis well read. Oasis has this, I guess, behavior profile of having hyperactive ecos. And they honestly anticipated that aggression quite well. They even spotted out that flank. And now Oasis is just kind of waiting for the spike to pop, you know, jump into the event horizon and whatnot. Zol even keep both their rifles, which is...
Concentrate, Sova.
Well,
Oh.
one of the rifles.
Yeah.
No time.
No time at all, and it is a clean round for the side of Zol Esports. And just as you said, it was pretty much covered. You know, their flank was, you know, it was Zin that had that covered, had that in the bag. And let's see, this is the test now for Oasis. Based on history, at least when they went up against Naus, they struggled a little bit on their buy round. So hopefully they're able to sort of repair about what happened in the past.
There.
Oh man, Naus is a completely different beast too. Yeah.
True.
It's so hard to actually compare teams to Naus with how they've been operating. At the same time, Oasis is the only team that dented their perfect record.
Uh-huh.
Zol, maybe they picked up a few things from VOD reviewing that Naus game, and Oasis as well. You said it is a battle of diligence for the most part, but a committed hit will now happen towards B.
The worry about the tripwire. Kakarot's still trying his best. He's actually already in, seeing his way on towards Pillar. He gets spotted a little bit by the Sova drone, and Marky through the smoke gets a headshot. Kakarot with a trade though, and it's 4v4 still, and they're able to not plant the spike just yet, but it's just a tap to bait Oasis out.
I like the fact that Oasis, despite getting an early pick, not overcommitting. Hell yes, breaks the curse. And bodies are dropping left and right.
Exactly, Dubstep with a half HP though. Yellow health bar, triple K. Not gonna be a 4K, it's denied, but Savvy has your back. And they win that bonus. An expensive one, but they'll take it.
How narrow do you want to win your bonus round?
True.
The answer is
question.
yes.
Yes.
That was impressive by all accounts for W to, you know, salvage the situation. At the same time, Zol playing almost perfectly there. Better if they won the round, obviously, but with the eco damage that they did, they will force Oasis into a situation where they have a lot of half armors on their end. And maybe, just maybe, this is enough to scare them away from forward space taking. You already hear one of the members backpedaling. B it is again, they'll never guess it a third time around.
Exactly, and they're going in fast as well. Kakarot already far forward near Boba as well. But the smoke's gonna block him down, and guess what? There's 2 players inside the smoke. Wits with a quick trade. Patman, the spider senses tingling, sees before he enters the smoke, and that's why they're able to get that kill.
Batman again being a bright spot for Zol. keeping this together for this attack and buying so much time. The defense hobbling a little bit, but they are healthy and they have a lot of guns for this retake.
Just as you said, they have a lot of smoke. Kelly S so close to the showstopper as well after that one kill. Jay with a kill, another one with Patman. Kills across the board for Zol Esports. And Kelly S, I wonder what the plan is in mind here against the 4 members of Zol.
Nexus frag, and that's all he can do. Zol again playing that patience game, and we brought it up many times that Jack can be that fire starter early to minimize the round loss and the round bleed early on for Zol. But this time it's actually them taking the lead, them repeatedly hitting the side with almost no resistance, or at least how they take it. They're just so good at avoiding the trap wires. They're so cautious about these angles. It's honestly very basic, but very refined.
That's true. It feels like they're still able to pull off a fast execute while being careful, just as you said. And that's exactly why B felt like not as an impenetrable as expected with the Cypher tripwires. But take a look at this. Zol now just moving along and probably going to B again.
Are looking like they're trucking along in Oasis. They go for the hard read here. There's a heavier stack leaning on the opposite side of the map. There is some Cypher utility, or barely anything. The camera might get discovered soon, but all in all, we have to consider this an eco round. Yes, Kelly S does have the showstopper and the Phantom, but at this point in time, don't think much of it is gonna be used for the speed take.
Very true. It is going to be a bit difficult with the gun disparity. So it's now what I definitely want to talk about here, but hold that thought. Kakarot gonna dash in, dash through onto Market. Nicely done kill onto Savvy. And again, how do you minimize your losses here because you're surrounded? Playing through inside the smoke? He doesn't know. Smoke expires. Kakarot has your back. Patman as well. Everything's pretty much covered. And now Zol Esports, I think they get to keep all their guns. Give Pat in the back. Oh, no. Marky says no with a classic on your head. But it is still a -1. That's still very clean.
Felt like that Phantom had no difference nor impact in that round. At the same time, Zol are so careful, Rico. It's actually crazy how careful they are. They're trying to get a lot of space with minimum investment, and they know Oasis can be incredibly active. So it's just been a waiting game for them. You saw, I think it was Kelly first to fall 2 rounds ago when he tried to check B main, and then now it felt like a similar story, seeing Xavi try to backpedal a little bit.
Tripwire destroyed.
Oasis, their economy for ult, not very good still. So Zol getting the rounds and the volume.
Yeah, but they're pretty much all 1 orb away from getting these key ults, and that might be a bit risky considering that Zol is 1 button away from just activating all of that. Pretty light. They're now at top mid, and Wits is tagged. Kakarot with half HP. Here comes the execute as Kevzi with a Hunter's Fury to cause confusion. But so far, the site is divided. Dubstep with a kill onto Patman. Jed, though, immediately gets a trade. Tries to resurrect his teammate. And Wits will get that frag. Zin, though, his trades all over the place. It's 2v3. It is quiet, a slow take, but there is no plan just yet. Kelly S activates the showstopper. Very careful. Uses it as bait. Zin with a peek with a triple. And that's insane. A big ult now gone. And all up to Marky. Can he pull off a miracle here?
Spike planted.
I think he has an idea where the spike is planted, and he knows where the crossfire might be set up, but he's tagged up. They know where he is. Oh, Zin will actually just swing him down for it. The monster of Sunset again is Zind. This time he's flexing his lurk muscles, and on the defense you have to pick your poison. Do you watch your flank, or do you try to front this Cypher?
And because of that choice, you're gonna prove to be a little bit torn here. And Zol Esports, just as you said, really nicely done. The fact that they have surplus of ultimates even not needing to use any of the two, but Oasis forced a timeout.
I mean, it's the first map, you know. I feel like if there are any Oasis fans out there that are a little worried, don't worry about it. It's such a long series. I'm not saying who, obviously. I'm just saying Oasis fans in general.
In general.
Why are you laughing?
I'm just giggling because it's, you know, fans. But I mean, we talked about Oasis being, you know, undefeated for the entirety of the split. But, you know, as of recent, I think I guess our recent memory or the recent match is against Naus, which was like a very difficult match. But when we see them win, what do they usually look like? You usually get to see, you know, Kelly S just get multi-frags, just be a raise in general. You get to see like Xavier K and Marky get mid multi-frags as well. You have the veterancy of Dubstep and Wits having to, it all boils down to them, they usually carry on and, you know, get that clutch. So it's one of the, it's that version of Oasis that we saw throughout the regular season that it indeed need to be summoned right here, right now, if they definitely want to, you know, carry over their journey here in VCT.
I think that's their best version so far. Again, everybody just playing to their strengths, playing to their roles, and contributing in spades. At the same time, maybe it's just a slow day in the office today. Oasis maybe need a cup of joe to wake up. But again, Zol, they are just so painfully careful about how they try and take the map that they take no losses transitioning between their points of interest.
Cage triggered.
Not at all. Might even use the overdrive in which Kakarot unleashes. Trying to scan throughout the site. And I think it is in the clear. Ali just not quite just yet. Shrouded Step, Dubstep relocates. But now here comes the push. Wits tagged a little bit here by the overdrive, but Marky unleashes Hunter's Fury to prevent the spike from going down to buy some time. 25 seconds on the clock now. A good frag from Marky. This is the chance for Oasis to take back what they needed. Patman gets a kill onto Wits, so they need a little bit of protection. Nicely done scan, but Jet kills Kelly S and Patman with another kill. This is kills all over the place for Zol Esports, and Marky trying to get everything as much as he can, but at the end of the day, Zol Esports wins that round.
Convincingly, by the way. And Zols really are so good at using that silence to their advantage. Early on, it is deafening. There's nothing happening in the early portions of the round, maybe 30-40 seconds of just wondering where the hit might come. And in that vein, it really freezes the defense, because you don't want to be caught in an awkward time. You don't want to be caught crossing into the site and in a weaker position. But it doesn't look like Zol are not going to make a fuss about how they're going to hit A. Look at all that utility go.
I know, it feels like it has been a pattern for Zol Esports on where we can keep doing this because it has been working. There has been a surplus of resources, a surplus of people. Usually when we win a round, even if it's a bye round for both teams, they basically have like 4 members left, 3 members left. Surplus, as I say, as Kelly S deals first blood. Patman here, trying to get the peek down, as Zin gets a kill on Wits. Across the board, make that a double as well. 3v4, Raf.
I know exactly where.
Let's recount this, because Zin is just spinning down the members of Oasis and adding insult to injury. Is Zin popping the neural theft? Oasis is trying to set up for a 2-man take on short, but it does look like they're just gonna bounce out, concede this round again. Zol is plowing through sunset. They are Terminators again. I know I like to use that term, but that's just how they operate. T800s are not the fastest team, but they are incredibly compact and dangerous. But look at the straight path, man.
Player standing.
Whoa, wait!
What?
No way! No way! No way! The killer instincts coming from Patman here. Now he has an inkling on where Patman is. Marky gets a kill, but before going down in the hands of Kakarot, Zol 7-1. Round 8, crazy stuff.
I can't believe Patman got away with that too.
Yeah!
I thought for sure. You know, there was an angle, but what's even less, I guess, unappealing for Oasis is the fact that they were trying to make an effort to save, but Zol were
that's
just
true.
ready to deny. And look at Zol. They're gonna have a bank for days to come. Oasis, you can't really say much about what they have at the moment. Sure, we've seen a lot of creative wins on their eco. But right now, they just look stumped.
That's true. It feels like they haven't figured out the solution just yet from... Because it feels like a pattern. Like, I feel like this, at least not a pattern, but like when they went up against Now is where... Question marks. We haven't been winning our buy rounds. We're going from eco to another.
Pattern is the ugly sweater you get for Christmas. Look to give warmth to Oasis again.
Nicely done by Kelly S. Here in the first blood. Savvy AK, the precise shot to the headshot. Zint! No more. Savvy takes him down. And you just said creative ways to win on an eco. This is it.
Love the sheer creativity of just shooting people in the head. That's my favorite. Wits tries to be a darling about it too. Oasis finally answer back. And Zol let a round slip away from their fingers.
Simple as that.
It was pretty interesting because yeah, it was Kelly S and Savvy just pretty much hugged the entrance of A main. Oh, sorry, B main.
This goes here.
You know, maybe the B-hold is the friends we made along the way, especially that wall he had.
That's true. That's true. It looks like it wasn't safe, but it was safe in close range with the stinger.
Oh, I love that combo. The recon into the flash. That's so dangerous considering Zol have a neon, so she can definitely follow up on stuff like that, you know, just her gap close. My goodness, words are hard. But what's even harder is this comeback that Oasis is trying to mount.
I think this is the first time too that Zol Esports is playing a bit slower now. Usually they would either pick a site, rotate after that, and then just go. This is the first time they're actually playing for time, and this might be where Oasis' strength lies. And Kakarot here gonna get a little blinded, but Kevzi has his back. And Kakarot with a swift dash onto the side already.
I like the assessment though. If we can't beat him on the extremities, let's try and take mid and weaken the defense from there. But it's a mess. It does look like Oasis are in that awkward spot, but they recover. Still losing so many members in these fights, Rico.
Now, we thought it was going to be a recovery after that double K from Oasis, but now it's a guessing game from Marky, having to check so many corners and a high-low. Still able to win that one. He knows there's one from the flank. Will Marky pull off a good play here? But no, there's just too much pressure from both ends. The Zol Esports are in a huge lead here on Sunset.
I am now letting the little hamster in my head work. So I just realized it's Sunset into Bind. Zol have been quite good on those maps, so
yep.
I feel like this is a realistic 5-map series either way.
I agree. I think for a time, Oasis... I felt like Sunset was, at some point, kind of like their Bind. It wouldn't go overtime as frequently as Bind, but it felt like their fallback, if you will. They've beat Naos on Sunset in the past, where their trouble was only during attacking. Their defense would be stellar. But Savvy AK getting a trade immediately, but Kakarot follows through.
Oh dear. And again, these early round situations where Oasis try to take control even before the action happens have been punished by Zol here. Zol. They look so polished today in terms of mechanics.
Yeah.
They're so clean and crispy, and it's been a pain in the neck for Oasis here.
Yeah, exactly. What would sort of stop this momentum? Because so far, a lot of these rounds, even though they lost that against an eco for Oasis, they're still unmoved, unshaken as they take on A again. Do they know Kelly S is here? Kelly gets a kill. Nicely done, peek as Jet gets that headshot. Dubstep the only one left. Patman and Jet are quite low, but Patman ready for that crouch and gets that headshot onto Dubstep.
They hit him with a crab teeth. I found a crab in my neighborhood, guys.
Ah!
It's so strange.
Is that because you're near the beach?
It's because I'm from Cebu. Doesn't mean I'm near the beach all the time. Which
What?
is
You
technically
literally,
it's true.
in
Okay.
conversations like, I can just go out and then the beach is right there. You usually say that as a
30
phrase.
seconds left.
It's like your
I
catchphrase.
do. I do, but
It's your
doesn't mean crabs are allowed in my name. Hey, who knows? He was part of the homeowners association.
Oh, okay.
My bad, sir. My bad.
Sorry, Mr. Crab. Oh, Kakarot! Dashing out. We'll retreat instead. Okay, let's go to Market. Jet Paranoia. The Hunter's Fury of Marky again causes confusion in this funnel. And now they're forced to take a lot of damage here. And Savvy with a double kill. Coming in huge. Make that a triple. And now Zol is in a little bit of shambles as they're trying to reposition. Dubstep with a flank here. Gets the Paranoia into the Cypher trap. Or rather, Cypher cage. A Savvy with the 4K. And it's Oasis ending this half with a 3-9.
Sides.
Maybe this is where the magic starts for
Yeah.
Oasis. Savvy again. You just see that this kid, this man has grown into such a competitor, you know. Already a very decorated college, well, you know, the collegiate
yeah.
here, obviously. At the same time, I don't think I've ever seen the hunger to win disappear from Savvy, which is incredible because he's won so many times, right?
Yep.
And he is still chasing, and just so ready to compete that I'm still hopeful for, well, I'm always hopeful for the next generation because he's still relatively young, right?
Yep.
But for now, it's really that elusive ascension spot that they all want to get at.
Yeah, exactly, right? There is... I mean, they've competed in other international tournaments in the past, but for sure, Ascension is the goal, Pacific is the goal. But this is the switch. Remember the pistol, Raph?
Yes.
Use that.
Yes, I do.
The awkward pause.
I'm
Remember
just
this?
worried.
Raph?
No. Riku?
Uh-huh.
Well, they do get the quick plant, which is ideal for them, but like you said, Zol have been so sharp. This time around, they could get caught out.
Ooh. Tagged 450 HP. And they'll take it. They'll take that one. They're gonna do a quick rotate, but Zol is replying in kind. They don't know that someone's close. Wits gets a kill on the Jed though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But the concuss might be too much as Marky trying to defend the flank. 2v3 scenario now. And the plant is not there just yet.
I thought for sure they had the B-side plant and they would have, you know, fragged the rotators, but it seems like they once again go for a more double fake-oriented play here. FC's quite hurt. Zol, they have to make a mad march here. 2v3.
2v3, let's see though, Dubstep with the first kill. They know where the angle is at. 1v2. They have the crossfire. 5 bullets. 100 HP onto Batman! Gets the one!
There's no way.
There's no way, right? Savvy, it's all up to you here to win this pistol round, and he does it! Ever so reliable. And Oasis wins the second pistol of this map.
They will scurry.
Narrowly wins the pistol. Again, I'm a little bit worried. My eyes widened when I realized, wait a minute, they didn't commit towards B.
Yeah.
So?
It was a shrouded step into a Cypher cage, tap the spike, and then shrouded step out. It was quite the sight.
I feel like in my head it would have been a bit safer to just commit to the plant towards B because we already saw it kind of undo itself with the fight towards tiles. At the end of the day, they got the round, and you know, let's go by results based. Hey, that was a good round because they won, right?
Yep. Definitely that's what matters. Oh, do they check? Do they know Zin's there? Surprise! Good thing Wits is able to get that trade down, but that's a minus. They definitely need Savvy with a kill. He is on fire at the moment, but tagged, has to watch his flank, multiple angles basically everywhere. But Oasis, not a plant just yet. They're about to.
Now they do. Zol just on the wings here, waiting for an opportunity to strike with these sheriffs. Thrifty round was stolen away from them with these 6 shooters. They look to do the same against Oasis. Definitely doable. Wits and Xavi are in body shot territory, and we do not question the precision of these players, but it does look like they are in dire straits.
Exactly. With the sheriff shots, with the double sheriff on the side. Nice peek by Dubstep here. Remember, he has this moment on Sunset on this angle, but Kevzi fires shots back. Nicely done, Scan. They let go of the spike. There's no tap just yet. There's baby shots, and they line up for Marky. Oasis gets to win another round.
Oasis gets a breathe, build up the lead, and once again, thrifty their way, not really thrifty their way, gun their way through another round victory here.
Enemy down.
Once again, a little dicey. Oasis have been playing and tugging on my heartstrings in some of these rounds. But you know what? This is how we want our games to be. Thrilling and exciting. Let's take a quick glance at who's doing what. And it's Zind again proving why Sunset is his map.
Scanning ahead.
Well, in Oasis, no standouts just yet, but they're slowly coming into the swing of things, slowly getting their step back. Zol have a change of plans here. It does look like they want to engage towards mid as they hear all those footsteps.
And Kevzi has seen this coming. And Patman as well. Dubstep with a Spectre kill. Might get a free upgrade, but Zind has eyes on the prize. It is now one enemy remaining as Marky will try his best here, but it's just a quick round after that, and Zol reaches the double digits.
Wow, just like that, momentum. Well, it was a bonus, so
It was a
fine.
bonus. It was a bonus. I think every
The
single
Oasis
time
fans say.
I know.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's like it feels like this is a very familiar scenario, right? This is ever got that feeling of deja vu, and it does feel like Oasis when they win these some matches, you know, in the past in the regular season, it's always very close and them trying to catch up.
I also feel like since it's the first map, there's just that was the slowest recon dart I've ever seen in my life. Like, as I've said, it's a first map and a best of 5. I feel like we gotta take into consideration that this is more a marathon than anything else. You can exhaust the good maps of an enemy team and just kind of cruise through them and tank it. But, you know, you kind of put the responsibility on yourself to reverse sweep all your better maps.
Exactly, right? You're trying to either exhaust or even preserve your energy for a possible long series, for the long haul here. But this is now playing for time on this buy round. We talked about some glaring issues as of recent for Oasis when it comes to their buy rounds, but let's take a look at this scenario instead.
Oh, taking a look, because Oasis, at this point in time, I feel like they are going to be ignoring the scoreboard. They've said it in the past that they will try to play this round by round and just be as sharp as possible. Meanwhile, Zol, they do have a lot of margin for error, but they're not a team that would like to play with fire, which hell yes, despite getting caught, still gets the frag, and now Xavi and Marky chime in. Oasis, they are looking to tear through Zol and build up their own lead, build up to the comeback, and they will now exit through that smoke.
Very important here for Oasis to keep building their lead as they need to catch up. And it is the B main hold for members. I'll try to take a look and make sure that they hold this right. Smoke about to expire. Kakarot about to dodge, or rather about to go in on reload with a paranoia. It doesn't hit! Marky with a triple. And it's a 4-round gap now between the two.
4 more rounds till they equalize now. I'll be completely candid with everybody, and obviously to my co-talent here. I am trying my best not to get too excited on map 1 because Lord knows I might lose my voice before we end the series.
Okay. Same as the players trying to conserve their energy for the possible long haul. We should probably try to do the same. But not gonna lie, it's getting really exciting. Horror.
I know.
VALORANT's a horror game.
It is quite a scary game for a lot of reasons, and as the tensions build up, as the rounds go by, these players, their sense of urgency will ramp up, but for how long can you really moderate the gas, you know? Sometimes when you really are put in the moment, you have to just kind of give it everything you got.
Especially in a do or die situation like this, and we talked about how this is just map 1, but the tension could be felt for sure. And now just gonna try to move along instead.
They are just
Are
trying to
you
trudge along
okay?
here. I am okay. I am fine. Don't
That's
need
good to hear.
check my vitals. But Oasis definitely getting a heartbeat into this game. You know, try to build up as much of a lifeline as possible. And for once, we see Zol on the weaker side of things, at least for a good minute now, right? It was a thrifty win the last time they had an
30
eco. They could
seconds
do the
left.
same thing here. Again, cannot discount position of these players.
Yeah.
Does look like it's gonna be a heavy B hit.
Especially Zind is right up at the corner. But the Cypher Cage is actually, he's not revealing himself yet. They're not checking. Now they check because they know as they killed Wits. And now it's a 4v3 at the moment.
seconds
They have to
left.
split down
found my
in just 9 seconds.
9 seconds. Maybe not enough for Zol to mount anything in this round. And maybe this is as good as done, especially when you're caught on cam like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still looking for the spike. They don't really know where it's planted, but either way, they're gonna give this a go. See what leads to what. Jed does have a paranoia. Could be an extra layer of protection here.
Yep. Gets a free gun as well on the ground. But the scan is enough, and Kalias with the double. And Oasis seeping in closer and closer to catch up.
Lucky number 7. Zol have frozen, but it does look like they have every tool they need to thaw out and climb out of this iceberg. Look at that. They have null command, obviously, for the retake here. Neural theft as well for Zind if a stray pick does come their way. As I'd like to say a lot.
blow something up.
Kakarot with the overdrive as a backup. Although I doubt that he's going to use it now. Speaking of, Kakarot's not having the greatest of game, but it hasn't really hampered the success of Zol so far.
Yeah, I think the first half, that was when he was really leading the charge. Maybe not a lot of frags because Zind is getting a lot at the first half, but he was getting a lot of space for the team, especially when they would control like top mid or
Camera taken.
to be 8 rather in general. But let's see now. It's a different approach from Oasis here.
How different is it? Is the question that Zol might be asking. They go for a really heavy rotate towards B. The lone survivor.
I thought he was gonna live for more seconds, but good thing they found where the shrouded step ended up in. And now they're gonna get the plant down here.
Oh. Well, it is decently even ground here again. They do lose that controller, which they will need for extra safety. At the same time, Oasis are playing with momentum here. Kakarot narrowly dodges the shock dart, but will still have a million things thrown at him. Zind will tempt fate and will actually play the cards for himself. They're
Exactly,
bringing on
Zind.
Swartz aside here.
If there's any player, it is definitely Zind to pull off a crazy retake here, leading the charge. Kakarot with the double. Just as you said, he has made a lot of noise here on round 18 to break that ice.
It is an awkward introduction, apparently, on this map, where I'm not sure if this is a sacrifice pick for Oasis. Maybe that's Copium. At the same time, Zol historically very good at this map. You did mention that this could be like a backup plan. Maybe it's better to get rid of your weaker maps early on in the series. At the same time, there's merits to starting strong. Your confidence will carry you through for the rest of the series.
Right here.
True. That momentum is very important. That comfort that you have. You are already 1-0 in a BO5, and which is why every single map here, every single map win is incredibly important. Oasis leading onto Market, but they're pushing. Mid actually is. Marky falls down in the hands of Patman. And now Kelly S, unable to take more space off of the site. They need to clear mid as fast as they can. They have actually entered already, and Kelly S is able to escape.
And he does, but they will still get caught out by the info. There's still no plant here on the side of Oasis, but this could still be anybody's round. And as I say that, they still can't get rid of Kelly.
And they're now able to, with the L-shaped crossfire, if you will, from Market and Boba. And they were stuck in the middle. Match point now for Zol Esports.
Match points for map number 1, and once again, Zol looking to start strong. Oasis go for the first timeout of the entire series. Reconsolidate with what they have, perhaps. And what are we actually lacking here on the side of Oasis? Let's take a look at this, because so far Zol, no matter what position they are in, they just feel and play like they're more confident with their decisions. You know, everything has had proper step by step. Like, okay, guys, they might have a trap here. Let's dart it. Maybe let's check this corner with utility. They've just been efficient all throughout.
I think so too. I feel like Zol Esports have really studied what Oasis does, especially on attack. I think twice in a row they've encircled mid. The first time they did that, they didn't find anyone, but the second time really caught Oasis off guard. And I don't think any of the lurks from Oasis at the time have seen that sort of maneuver, at least for this particular map. So maybe that's why Oasis was caught off guard. Not gonna lie, this feels very reminiscent of the way that Zol Esports moves. Is very Cardi World when Oasis had a hard time against them on Sunset.
Satchel out. Maybe that's gonna catch on. This is very Cardi World.
This is very Cardi World, right?
I do feel like this is a Cardi World map, you know, because Chani's always performing on this. And I feel like Zin wants a challenge for that crowd because he's been so consistently good. But look at this, a wall of bodies towards B. Oasis, they have control. The question is for how long?
Yes, exactly. With a flash coming in and they peek. Kelly's is down. Dubstep tries to peek as well, but will not work out. Marky is going to get a trade of his own. 2v3 now. The teleport follows through as Jet joins the fray. Paranoia.
Here, he's still here.
Yeah, exactly. I think they have an idea where he is, but they still need to clear. They need to reach the spike. Kevzi already here. Gets a kill onto Savvy and Marky. And that is the first map going to Zol Esports.
Oh. And Zol scalding on that first map. Hot to the touch. And I gotta say, if they keep this up, I'm a little worried because Zol championship form is so real.
Yeah. That's true. I think the way that they played as well was they adjusted quite quickly after the first half where Oasis was getting a lot of their momentum. I think they were able to get control of mid, basically, and I think the rest is history. Before they were playing onto the site itself, but they decided to be more proactive on defense, and I think that really catches Oasis off guard.
They really have been. I think that's a good way to put it too, because it was fairly simple as a game plan, right? It's either Zol will try to default it out and just take whatever they can on the safer side, and Oasis too, I feel like they were a little greedy on some of these pushes, getting punished by the likes of Zind and, you know, Kevzi. But again, it has been the Zin show for the most of it.
Oh,
Patman
yeah.
quietly dropping 23, actually.
I think both of these two players indeed really stepped up on the side of Zol Esports for consistently both of the first and second half of that map. And I guess Zind really was this, I guess, beacon of light, or, well, not really beacon of light. In my head, I imagine it as a beacon of alien light, you know, terrifying. Zind really is a big threat on this, not only that map, but this series in general.
Alien light. There could be
Alien
an
light.
abduction. And they have stolen this pick away, you know?
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
One thing's for sure, Oasis have to shape up. Otherwise,
Agreed.
Zol could very much play like this the entire way and perhaps go for an upset. This could be a twist of fate. This could be their first, again, like we mentioned, right? It was 600 plus days of them not winning against Oasis. And in those 600 plus days, they captured a championship. They captured a few more achievements along the way. But this has to be their biggest tournament demon to face.
Exactly, right? Like, this is the... What a way if they're able to break that streak in one of the most important matches in Zol Esports' career. And it is just so exciting to see, as, you know, map 1 already concluded. What's going to happen in Bind later?
what is gonna happen on Bind. Maybe Oasis has something up their sleeves. Maybe it's their turn to surprise everybody. If we remember the regular season, they did have a very, I'd say, unconventional comp. They ran the ISO. I think it was with a Clove and a Chamber too. What was that, Oasis?
Relegation?
It was, right? Against Tyrant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? I think it was.
I think so, yeah.
Either way, I feel like in a 5-map series, you do have some leeway in the first 2 maps, but you can't take that for granted. At the same time, early momentum so incredibly valuable, and Zol taking advantage of that, especially on map 1. But this is also a question to Zol. How good is the rest of their map pool? We know that Icebox was honestly pretty good for them too, but it's been a while since we saw that.
I know, right? And we're gonna find out real soon. But first, before Icebox, we're gonna head on over to Bind. But let's head on first to a break.
Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah.
Saber, will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What? Happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree, and that is gonna be enough for. Wait, another 4K. Only one satchel for FallX to play around with, and he still has a lot of things to work with. Youngborg out of the smoke, got to kill FallX. All in his hands. The 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and FallX is gonna be clutching it.
Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP. Hello. Don't peek.
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. Naos loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Get the ball. FallX though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. To FallX! Bounce them all!
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie. A little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K. Will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Itchy solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13-0!
Now be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as Zol get on the board.
Shot from York. Killias is going crazy. As the showstopper, has to fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is gonna fall down. This is gonna.
Welcome everybody here at the VCT PH English broadcast, and we're currently casting, you're currently watching rather, a very intense best of 5 lower bracket finals between Oasis and as well as Zol Esports. My name is Riku, joined by Raph, and right now it is 1-0 for Zol Esports.
Yes, I was
Yes.
about to say, what is something clever with numbers and like telling people that it's gonna be a long series? But hey, you know what? Sometimes we just gotta be honest with everybody. Zol off to a strong start, and on Sunset nonetheless, which is an Oasis pick.
Yep.
So Oasis definitely have the responsibility of picking up the pace, especially on Bind. And who knows, if they win on this map, this could demoralize Zol. This could potentially snowball into something else. But that's just the beauty of all the series we watch. We can't really tell what's gonna happen next, despite all our predictions and data.
I know, it is such an unpredictable. Valorant Esports is very what's the word? It's very soap opera-y, if you know what I mean. Like there's that build up from Zol Esports, right? Like imagine since 2022, every single time they faced off against Oasis, they haven't really quite beat them just yet. But Zol Esports building towards that. We're seeing the picks now onto Bind, and it is going to be, well, the usual at the moment. Kevzi on the Gecko.
Zol, go for that signature Sky still again. I'm glad that it's kind of found its way back into the competitive scene, or you know, the higher echelons of the competitive tiers, because I think for a while Sky just disappeared from the game. Even when Bind was in the rotation, we didn't see too much of her. Gecko did take a majority of her playtime, but it's only because Gecko has a lot of that regenerating utility, which is something that's sorely missed, I feel like, by Sky players. You know, 3 flashes plus they regen in the round.
Remember?
Those were crazy times.
Remember those times? Yeah. It was definitely Sky was a staple and is still a staple, it feels like, right now on Bind. And we talked about Patman at the very beginning, right? Patman on the Sky is such a dangerous combo when we think about it. And I do think, I remember Oasis did have a hard time against Zol last time on this setup, but in the end they were able to get that victory, at least on the regular season.
That they did. I'm still trying to think what has Zol cooking here with the Gecko pick. They did use it against Just Us very recently, and I feel like our biggest gripes was that they weren't necessarily playing the comp to their strengths. I mean, like, yeah, you have a lot of the scans and a lot of the flashes. At the same time, it's like they would go for the contact play, which, again, I'm always a fan of. It's just, hey, you have a scan. Hey, you have all these things. Why not use it?
Right, and it's one of those things where definitely the strength of Zol Esports at the moment. This is their staple comp. They've played it, what, like 7 times already in regular season. But let's take a look at the pistol round, Raph. Just a little stuck. Gets to bathe in the snake bite a little bit. That's why. But Zind in this corner, I don't think he has revealed himself. He's gonna play a dangerous game, and then actually he's down right now. And Marky, look at this though, a clean pistol so far on the side of Oasis. Jet gonna get traded, but against 4, it's gonna be tough. 3K for Marky.
Ooh. Very strong start just to recover from that map loss. And Oasis, you know, getting that round, getting those rounds as cleanly as possible just to get their spirits back up. Always, always valuable. But they have to remember, Zol have thrifted their way to the finish line, I think twice in Sunset alone. So maybe they're gonna adjust how they're gonna play and how they're gonna position for this.
This goes here.
But that's up for us to see. Still looks like Cypher is gonna be postured towards A. And definitely this is gonna be the strong side with Viper's Molly, Poison Orb, and whatnot, hampering any would-be enemies at the gate.
It's such a... What's the word? Stalwart defense. I don't know why the word bulwark is in my mind for some reason. It's
I mean,
a,
makes
is it a
sense.
piece of armor or an armor. True.
This
And
is their bulwark.
it is their bulwark indeed. And if they do go A, that is indeed a very difficult position in mind. But the spike is actually hovering towards that area.
Hovering is a good way to describe it, but closer and closer they get to the traps, the more they maybe go back out. Still trying to go for these fights, but the smokes have been invested. And so far, it's Zin to crawl onto the side first.
Oh, but Savvy as well with the double K. Very important kill. 30 HP onto Kakarot. Chip damage onto Patman. Now, a lot of these close-ranged guns. Kempsey with the body shot. And Savvy, are you aiming for an ace here? Are you aiming for an ace? Nope, Wits. He's gonna finish off the round. Only -1 so far on their anti-ego.
We saw Xavi stand still for a moment. Bro, my ace. Or maybe they, you know, they probably bumped fists.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. But bro, my ace.
My ace, my ace. I think it's a good sign, especially when you come off from a loss on Sunset. Them having to pick up themselves and looking really good on their pistol. Remember, as of recent, there's a little bit question marks on that particular round for Oasis. So really good job for them. Let's see how Zol wins, or rather, see how they play this by round.
It's a very good question, considering Zol had their number for majority of Sunset. Now Oasis, they backpedal a little bit. Zol have the same idea. They're so spread across the minimap quite a bit, but Zin could find a little bit of trouble. He chooses to peek, but look at Patman. How many people are behind that smoke, Pat?
He doesn't know. He just
Oh my
sees the
gosh.
one bullet. No way! He just survives. And Kakarot with the backup here. Deals the flash. Patman is just doing some jumping jacks across the entrance. And Oasis will decide to back away, but it's still 1-for-1.
It is 1-for-1, but that was a very expensive pick towards Patman. So many flashes and pieces of utility being used. Where did Kebzi find that frag on Xavi?
That's a good question. I'm quite perplexed myself. What's Kelly's gonna get double blinded, or just two members getting double blinded? 2v3. Oh, Oasis gonna try their best to do a little damage, but the thrash is activated. Kelly is forced to retreat here with the shark. Get to detain, and they just spray and pray and get the kill. Marky still quite healthy, able to tag a couple and spray a couple. 36 HP, but Kakarot says nope, it's over. And a really good bonus coming from Zol Esports.
Short. Kelly S fears no man, but that thing scares anybody. And I like the fact that I don't think Gecko has had any real major change since his release, maybe just a few numbers, but now teams are maximizing him a lot. I think we all expected it would take some time, but I feel like there's a argument somewhere that Gecko is good on any map. Like, I don't think there's a bad time to pick Gecko.
I agree with you. The refillable flashes, the thrash just adds in a lot of pressure. Able to pick it up again just to reuse it. I think that's such a good layer for an agent such as Gecko. But let's take a look now at the buy round for a gun round for both of these teams. Going to be a bit interesting to see what the results are going to be.
We were expecting a bit of a bang, but everybody has just decided to walk out of a potential bad situation. still scouting it out. And I love how careful yet intense teams are playing in playoffs. I feel like that's a given, but once you see it unfold, you know, because sometimes in the regular season, you kind of feel that teams, I'm going to limit test just a little bit. Now we have Lil Bro signaling this defense to collapse onto the side potentially.
Yeah, they're very careful. They're very meticulous. They're trying to buy their time. Xin, though, again, in such a deadly position. Quite scary to think about for the Oasis as he gets a kill onto Marky. Now they have an idea. Pushing through the smoke here. And we get to see Kevzi and peeking off the cam kill. Nicely done by Savvy and Kelly S. Jet, the only one left here. A lot of movement. They know the last one onto Lamps and they get it. Dubstep dealing the final blow here. It's the 3-1, a lead for Oasis.
Lead for Oasis for the first time in the series. So keeping it decently compact here. It doesn't look like they're gonna upgrade too much. Again, once I like to reiterate, Zol have stolen away a lot of rounds with these thrifties, and the shotguns, not necessarily their most common buy. They look to buy a little bit of space with it. I would assume it's gonna be U-Haul. Oasis, they're playing away from that position exactly, so good call on both sides.
That's true. They can immediately try to rotate, maybe set up a flank here. And just the U-Haul, you said it! But Savvy is already ready. Zind, again, playing Mission Impossible. Let's see if he's indeed going to pull through, but that's going to be a no. As Savvy on fire right now. Surprise! Where the last player is situated. He gets an upgrade on a rifle. Zind can be deadly if they give the isolated fight, so they have to be careful. Does Zind know that someone's going to be on top? Nope. Unexpected. And Oasis, 4-1 now, Raph.
I'm now trying to wonder, where do I really want to see Marky play? Because his Viper so far has been a lot better than his Sova last map. But then again, it's just a testament to how flexible he has become in the last few years, because for the longest time, you would think of Marky as the Jet player. Now it's Marky the Flex. And he's been doing such a good job of layering his utility and whatnot. At the same time, Savvy has proven time and time again why he's the heart of this team. Sometimes when it feels like it's down the drain, Savvy's still competing, Savvy's still fragging out, and Zol, they are pausing because of this.
Agreed. The fact that Savvy, even though Sunset, it was a Zol win. You could see a lot of shining moments from Savvy AK. Not even on buy rounds on rifles, but even on Sheriff. So you can't really count out Oasis to deal a lot of damage when they're playing from the back foot. But it's a different story this time as Oasis is in the lead. It's Zol trying to catch up. They have Null Command and the Seekers to play if they want to break momentum.
That goes there.
Definitely an option that they are willing to consider. But right now, it's just a slow start for Zol here in a map that we were hyping them up for. You know, no two ways about it. We were really hyped to see how they were going to perform on Bind, but this is the Oasis special. They have anti-stratted Zol, it seems, and this could be a disaster if they don't check this corner, actually, considering they just contact this way anyway.
Yeah, exactly, with Dubstep. He's able to escape. I don't think Kelly is, but he's gonna get spotted by the blind of the Seeker. So now they get the peek onto the left. Kevzi dealing first blood. They will try to escape, but the plant may go down with Wingman.
No. Bit of an unspoken rule. If somebody's playing that corner, you gotta shoot the utility out. But again, it's a bit of a checkmate position, especially with the Seekers out. But the spike delayed again. Lots of time being burnt here.
I know exactly where.
They're already onto the spike or the site. As Null Theft now initiated. They have an idea, an inkling, where they're all at the flash. Will force them out. Savvy again with another kill on the board as Patman gets kill onto Dubstep. So now they're trapped here onto Lamps. Trying to play time as they already have the spike down.
Being very careful despite the tense situation, and it does look like flanks will not be left open.
Tap the spike, gets a peek. Wits doesn't get a triple, but they have a lot of resources. Jet, he's doing it again. I can't believe it. Marky boiling down to a 1v1. He knows He has an idea, but he doesn't know he moved positions already. Right behind him. Zind is again being like a little bit of a spy there. Mission impossible, as we said. And they take that round back for themselves.
He's the desert rat result. He is just so hard to find in these fights, but just so absolutely lethal. It looked so good for Oasis for a while here, but Jet, we talked about him too being such a problem, really throwing a wrench in the plans of Oasis here. Seekers were burned, so that's a consolation prize on the side of Oasis. But Orbital Strike going in the way of Zol's controller could prove to be a problem here, and that is a very wide peak.
It's a very wide peak, but it was for distraction as Kellyes gets access to a shot. Now first blood onto them, but does Zol still want to push through onto B and knowing where the operator player is at? Oh, teleport! Surprise, I'm here! I may not be a chamber, I can quickly go here, and Dubstep gets a double in as well. 5-2 for Oasis.
Momentum still on the side of Oasis here, as if nothing happened in the previous round. Quick adjustment, and the operator completely online by Kellyes gives himself a showstopper as well. Now Zol on the back foot yet again, and this time Oasis have been positioning themselves that the rifles will always do their job, naturally the sheriffs. I will keep saying it, Zol's still good at it, but you know how the numbers go. You know how the statistics are.
It has been proven to be in the true in the past. Zol can pull a fast one on ya. And they do have the Seekers and the Showstopper again from Kakarot, but maybe their goal is to whittle down, get some free upgrades.
How free are they though?
Zind! What? Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort as Wits gets a double kill. Orbital Strike will take him down. Savvy AK onto backside. 2v3, so it could be anyone's game as Patman gets a free upgrade, just as we said. 2v2, Skevy sees Marky, gets a tag! Kes with the showstopper to Kevzy's face. And that is Oasis winning another round again. Too close for comfort though.
I saw the dink. I got very scared.
Pray. Wait, what is that meme again? It's not a prey.
It's not prey. It's not prey.
It's something else.
We're trying to explain something.
Yes, that's the one. Thank you, bro. I know what I just forgot. Okay. Anyway, Oasis still gets to keep their operator, which has been a struggle for Zol at the moment.
How can Zol deal with this? They once again have the flashes on Patman to really flush this out. At the same time, Oasis is doing a good job of pulling attention away from Kellyes in these fights just so he has free reign. And so Zol, they have a lot of regenerating utility and things to shoot out. Perhaps that could be one of their avenues for success. But a B hit. Is this really the call for Zol?
Now Zind able to spot a jump. Knowing one player as Kakarot enters the site. Wingman's gonna get down again because of the tripwire. Unable to plant the spike in the middle of nowhere. Able to pick it up, but Kakarot has seen Wits already onto Hall, but good thing Marky is right there. Patman again, remember how much damage he can do once he's able to get access to an opportunity. Thrash gets to detain onto Marky. Jay's gonna push the snake bite, but it doesn't matter. Dubstep and Savvy gets a kill. Zind still being this secret agent, the lurk. A lot of pain. And Marky with 70. Let's see how they do this retake. Hookah now already smoked. They're already under the site. Quite surrounded. Dubstep gonna re-smoke. Actually, towards the spike as Kevzy gets a kill from elbow. They need to eliminate that. He's on elevated territory. He's pushing it. He's gonna sticking it. He's sticking it. He is gonna win the round. Oasis. Smart stuff from them.
7-2, and even Zavi gets a bonus there. A little bit of a consolation prize. He is 13-3 right now. He is putting the world on his shoulders. And Zol,
this is a nice spot.
They are crumbling just bit by bit.
It's
that was a lot, especially with Kakarot using that smoke. I thought that was a really, really nice offering play because normally teams would take that a bit faster and respect the smoke for the elbow play. But hey, sometimes you gotta throw a curveball here and there.
That's true. Kakarot already did a lot of damage already onto Hall. And then Zind with his lurks.
Smoke's down.
Oh, Jet with a kill onto Wits though, across the map onto Long. Quite didn't see that coming.
Oh, not flinching from the Trailblazer, but Marky
Smoke's down.
doesn't want to get baited by this. Dubstep all alone on the side. Tries to get one, gets a second on that spray. Jet will find him. Now the rest of Oasis are scrambling, but I feel like Dubstep has enough more damage than Zol could recover from.
Exactly, that was almost a dink.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
Sin sees Kelly's able to escape, but that's like 1 HP already. Kelly still wins that with the operator shot. And there's the neural theft activated. Sees where Kevzy and Jet is at the moment. Getting a flash in. And Marky gets a kill. Savvy follows through. And it's such a clean set of rounds for Oasis here on Vine.
That was a hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, that, again, nerve-wracking. Every single moment here where Zind is honestly still being a menace in the back line. If he found out sooner, then maybe this round could have gone the other way. But like I mentioned, Dubstep doing more than enough damage to keep Zol at bay. And if there was an extra body for Zol, like we mentioned, could have been a completely different round. Again, Zol, ecoed again. They are getting backed into a corner. And they are just not performing on this map.
And that's the thing, they're on attack. Usually we get to see 4 Zol members stacked at short, and then Patman trying to entry from paths we controlled before anymore. They've never did that air quote formation anymore. Maybe because of the addition of Jet, that they changed their movements. Let's see. Don't blink, no problem for Kelly S.
I like the fact that they're shuffling the op and just playing in positions where you wouldn't necessarily assume an op would play all the time. And so now they're stuck guessing again. They still have, well, as much as they have, to be honest with you. Again, it was an eco round, so I doubt that.
Yeah, you sorry,
Yeah,
it's just the Patman flashbacks on Baths. This is literally
Exactly.
Wait a minute.
where he lives in Bind. I swear. Exactly, right? Exactly. It's happening again. It may not be the 4 stack onto A short, but he did a little bit of damage. 2v3 situation. Wits with 30 HP. Gets a spot on top of Tube, but Kelly has his eyes on elbow. He's able to catch eyes of Zind if he decides to cross onto Garden. Exactly like that in a triple. Precise shots by Kelly S here, Raf.
So narrow, and it's all up to Kevzy. He does have full HP and 1 away from the Thrash. If he can isolate and then maybe take the time to ult, Wits will not stop for anybody to take that round. And I do agree with you, you know, Kakarot has, or not, yeah, Patman has made a living out of playing towers. I wouldn't necessarily call this a really high prio spot in Bind anyway. But he makes the most out of it. At the same time, it might not reflect on the scoreboard. Zind is just doing so well despite everything. And that also leads to the next question. Why is Oasis allowing so many of these lurks? At the same time, they're winning, so they're
really
willing to pay
hard.
that price.
Time to mobilize my pack.
And exactly right. It is them. Everything's covered. I think this is exactly what we were looking for from Kelly S and from Sunset. You know, when we looked at the highlights during the break, it was Kelly S with a showstopper, Triple K. And I didn't think we saw that, but now he has online here on Vine.
Change of pace maybe is the answer for Zol here. They've been playing at a really grueling speed, but now it's different. Dubstep gets the first kill again.
Even the second at that. Nicely done here, and everything is in shambles for Zol Esports at the moment. Dubstep with a triple. He is online as well. The only one left is Jet in the middle of the site. Silhouette seen. Oasis. Dubstep with a 4K for the first half.
Oh right, they had pick. I forgot, like, how long has Marky had Pit for? I didn't even, like, bother remembering if he had it available or not, but hey, I guess if you don't need it, don't use it.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign of having surplus of what do you call this, resources. It's a very good sign that they didn't, just as you said, need it.
Wow.
10-2.
Yeah, that's why I was looking. Wow.
Yeah, this is... When was the last time we've seen this? Lotus against Snaus, I think, question mark? The very first time they brought out the Lotus, I think, in the regular season. I could be wrong, but I think that was it.
Solar stuck. I mean, they've been trying so many different approaches. Is speed the answer? Is off time the answer? Should we lurk? Should we be playing a bit cheekier? Should we be respecting? Just so many questions coming into their minds, or at least body language-wise, that's what it's telling. Ever since Kelly has picked up the op, but now this is a reset point and a comeback. Could be in the works.
Might be a possibility. We know how much damage he's gonna play through the smoke. Savvy K actually really reads this well.
Yeah, we talked about Jeh liking to play around in his own smokes and sometimes the enemy smokes, but that is something that's been voted to death.
True.
I feel like
Savvy always at the ready for these types of plays, and the silence is deafening, actually.
True. Again, precision across the map as the pistols are picking apart the players on the side of Zol, and perfection by Oasis with these crispy clean taps. And so far, even with all of that, they still haven't picked a side. Just analysis paralysis.
Didn't want to take the chance. Maybe B is clear instead. One's gonna go through Hall. Zin's gonna try to push this. They don't commit to the spike plan, and that's a good decision to make. As Savvy ends with a triple K on a pistol back-to-back. They've won on this map.
It's time to pay the price, I guess. Wow, that's a lot of P's in the last minute for me.
True.
One enemy remaining.
But again, you know, perception check. Zol, convincing Sunset. Bind, we thought they'd be really good at it. Oasis, practically dismantling them. More P's. What is that the letter of the day? I'm getting worried.
Which is the letter of the day again?
P, I think. Because now we have a pause.
We have a pause.
Time out.
I think the biggest difference between Sunset and Bind is that Zol Esports is playing the slow game, which I think Oasis really loves doing. I think during the first half, when we compare, maybe because of the way that Sun's made, there's a lot of easier access. Maybe because of the neon, but because of the slow and steady sort of approach, I feel like Oasis really loves these types of situations and scenarios. At least when we talk about the first half. So I think that's, you know, what I see as the biggest difference.
I also think Bind is... I think it's the choke fights are a lot easier to hold. So Oasis, they don't necessarily have to step out of their safety line more times than not to get valuable information. Because, you know, early on you can hear the sprinting towards A. And there's not a lot of delay between, you know, that spawn and the A short and so on and so forth.
True.
So Oasis, once again, with their hyperactive rotating, they could get one here.
On my wire.
Oh gosh.
Eagle eyes.
Savvy though, despite being spotted, still delivers. Very clean headshot here. Oh, with 69 health. Is Catman with a jump classic headshot. Zind with a 1v1 though. And the Sheriff killed Dubstep with a rifle in hand. Tries to dodge the flash again. And Marky's gonna try to peek this out. The crossfire, the teleport, they know where it's at. The collab as well. And that is match point now for Oasis, Raph. What?
Match point.
Wow. Again, doesn't matter how you start the series. What matters is you can recover and hopefully finish strong. But this was the map where we expected Zol to dominate.
Yeah. I agree with you fully. When you look at the regular season of Oasis, this has been the most overtimes. This map has produced the most overtimes for Oasis in the regular season. But taking a look at this this discrepancy of the numbers. The numbers, ref.
Wow, my eyes
What
are
do
dull.
they mean? But hey, if any other team is good at overtimes, it's Zol too. So I'm not saying that this is the most likely map they can go overtime to, but there is a chance, possibility. Leave me alone.
Don't mind me.
Oh.
What?
He dodges it, all of it.
What? Did he even get a kill?
Marky.
No way. That's crazy. I mean, it would be crazy if it's a 13-2, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't
You
know.
like the...
That's true. We'll have to see
by
here.
far my favorite exchange. Oh, sorry.
You're good. Oh, weapon change.
Anyway, that's by far my favorite exchange of the day. You know, the Trailblazer. Where is he?
Where is he?
Like, please just don't check this corner and look at that. A trap wire for Mr. LeBron James himself. I doubt the players are that tall, but it catches Kelly S. Again, that's what it was intended for. But it doesn't stop Zin from falling on the site. Oasis 13-2? Question mark?
We'll see though. Kakarot gets an upgrade of the rifle. 4v3 situation. As they're now gonna get the retake as Wits gets an off angle on the board, maybe even a double onto Heaven, and a triple to end this map. 13-2, ref, and it's a 1-1 in this best of 5.
Honestly, they don't look too worried about it. Just like,
yeah.
Yeah. 5 up. Business. You know, we gotta keep it all business. At the same time, I think it was Marky rocking the pajama pants. I appreciate. I respect that a lot. You know, lounge a little bit, but like we mentioned, this is going to be a game and a series of attrition. I'm glad that it has been competitive off the rip. At the same time, wow, that's crazy. 13-2.
Yeah, I can't get over it myself. I mean, when we look at Sunset, it felt like we're going for a neck-and-neck sort of back-to-back sort of scoring for Bind. And just as you said earlier, Raph, Seoul's really good at Bind too. They're 6-1 in the regular season, or like in Split 2 rather.
Yeah, and like I thought, all right, this is gonna be so hard for Oasis because just eye test alone, and maybe if my memory serves me right, this is where they've struggled against some teams that, no knock against them, but a team like Oasis shouldn't struggle against. At the same time, hey, it's playoffs. Everything we know sometimes just jumps out the window, and we are left to just take in the intensity and just the I guess, devotion of the players to really make it to Ascension. Again, stakes are very, very high.
Yeah.
Just to quickly remind everybody, it's the first 2 slots to C, and then only one of our teams is going to Ascension.
Exactly. Who wins that grand finals? But yeah, wow, Savvy 8K. Everybody.
That's look, man, I'm trying to be fair here because it's our job to be fair and objective, but wow, Zol got their head kicked in for Bind. I'm very surprised that this was the outcome.
Of all the maps, right? They've shown how they're very masterful in this map. Again, I keep bringing up the stats that they were 6-1. And even if Oasis, back then when they went up against Zol Esports, they had a hard time. This went overtime in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 14-12 on the side in favor of Oasis. It was still close, and now it's 13-2? What?
Just to put my analyst back on, my, caster hat back on, I feel like the problems really started when the contact plays on Zol just weren't panning out, because that's the reason why their Sunset was so successful. They would save a lot of their utility for the site take itself because they were absolutely, walking down Oasis in terms of fragging. Right now, all these fights that they've taken, it felt a little awkward. It felt like they were doing just so much, and it got even more amplified once Oasis got their hands on an operator. So many off angles to check, and it just felt like Zol had too many options to be aware of for them to efficiently parse.
I agree with you. That operator pickup from Kelly S, it's where it felt like a even more solidified, like it's cementing the lead to keep on going. And honestly speaking, I think I'm still gonna stand on my point earlier as well, that I've never seen the 4-man push on short and Patman on bats ever. It has never happened before, and it usually has been their go-to to sort of like propel a lot of these, you know, winning rounds back in the past when they went up against Oasis. I remember complaining, oh my god, Patman again.
So that, again, before we throw this to a break, I feel like I'm just really surprised. Why would you let your flashing innie
But it
play
worked!
bats like that?
But it worked, Rav,
You
before.
know?
It was really good.
Yeah, but now it's not working, so
True.
you're kind of obliged to adjust. But before we nerd out too much, folks, stay tuned because we will be going into a very, very short break.
Save, or will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What?
Happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree. And that is gonna be enough for... Wait, another 4K? Only one satchel for Folex to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Youngport out of the smoke, got to kill Folex. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and Folex is gonna be clutching it.
Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Patman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. Naos loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Like in the ball, Folex though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. Two Folex! Bounce them all!
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. And right now, Dizzy, too confident for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or...
Oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots, and it's a 13. Oh, black and blue.
Navi all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as Zol get on the board.
Shot from York. Killias is going crazy. At the showstopper, at the fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for that. York is gonna fall.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another to VCTPH English broadcast. And sorry, I got a little distracted because my dad was about to hand me some hot cocoa. But hey, welcome. My name is Rico, joined by Raf, and it's now 1-1 between Zol Esports and Oasis in such a very high stake series.
You know, before we jump into the game, sometimes
Yeah.
my mom walks in. It's like, hey, you want to put? I'm like, oh.
Oh,
You know.
wait, hold on. I'm gonna be on camera.
Gotta like, you know, but shout out to all the supportive parents out there, obviously, you know. Very cool. And on that note, you know, you see the product of a lot of supportive parenting on the side of Xavi. He's a man of many talents, but throughout his career in Valorant, he was very successful in his collegiate career. Now, arguably still very successful, still chasing that elusive rings though, when it comes to like, you know, Ascension and whatnot. But right, this is exactly what they're working towards. Again, there's just so many nice storylines just coming together for our split.
Oh yeah. Also, there's of course the reunion of Dubstep and Wits. You know, one of the veterans here in the Philippine scene, and now here combining their powers over here in Oasis, and it's really nice to see them like, you know, back on track, and of course all eyes on Ascension for sure. I mean, last year Wits, you know, he was on Naos and he was able to compete in the grand finals, but unfortunately fell short. But so of course he definitely wants to come back and do it again and qualify.
That's right. You know, I feel like there is no shortage of hunger on the side of Oasis because everybody's just looking to elevate their game. And, you know, to put it simply, they want to win and they want to win more. And that's exactly why people compete. At the same time, on Zol, I do like the story of Zol because I think you mentioned it a few times before our game started that this is very much the SR Nakag core. Or at least some of these players were part of that SR Nakag core. And for a while, they were really middle of the pack, you know? They were always a threat for spot number 4. But here they are, climbing their way to potentially fight for a spot in Ascension.
Don't forget, they even started, even though they're, you know, NCG qualified. Hold up thought though, it was a kill all on the side of Marky here. And it's all up to Jet and Kevzi to clutch this all out for the pistol round. Oasis really gets their pistol going. 1v2, Kelly's in live pretty much. Now we got the plant down.
Planted.
Well, there's an icebox where Pearl used to be. We missed that map, but ultimately Oasis would not want to miss these shots. As Kevzi's trying to walk up. Oh, that flash, he sees it, but... Wait. Relax.
Wait a moment.
Let the heart rate sit.
Yep, Kevzi. Gonna stick into half.
I cannot use that.
Gonna try to get a peek. Buy time, 5 bullets. Might be forced to reload. After a couple of shots, the flash is not gonna work. The dodge. He gets the kill. That's the kill. Yes, he still has enough time to finish the second half of that.
Don't worry, you're with me.
Well,
Out of charges.
Well.
we have talked about Kevzi performing on Icebox, and it looks like he's willing to do more of that.
Player standing.
Because again, that felt like an impossible situation. The flash into the swing. Maybe Wits could have swung out sooner. Not entirely against the Sage pick, but it does take away some of the things you can do on Icebox. But ultimately, this is the lineup they're gonna go for. Wits is probably gonna play like a duelist, though. He does look like he's in position to be second in.
True, having to gather a lot of the resurrection, having the wall control block off a certain point of the area, maybe even later for post plant. Oh, the poison cloud's gonna block everything against Zin. They're already towards the site. Oasis is. Kelly S dealing first blood. Savvy following suit. Remember, this was supposed to be the anti-ego of Zol, and they're -2 already.
No, I mean, what is this plan?
Oh, you mean,
I didn't think you could do that in that corner.
Same. That's the first
That's
time.
some
I
sauce.
only know the other corner.
Yeah, or normally you do the standard wall plant here, but
Yep.
as we walk in, did say it is supposed to be their anti-ego. The shots are finally landing. The time is of the essence.
And Wits with a Stinger double, and they get some upgrades to take over to the next round. Quite the unexpected turn of events here, Raph.
So that's a plant and a half. I have to look into that. Maybe some of the regions have done it before, the other regions, but if we're the first to do it, that's crazy.
Yeah, we
And
usually
I
see
need
the
to do a bit
other
more
one.
homework. Yeah.
Yeah, I think ever in VCT PH even. I think it's the first time we've seen that plan. But yeah, crazy stuff. But let's take a look at this round now. Marky able to climb up on top, sees the one and the body shot. Jet, it's a Colat headshot onto Dubstep. 4v4, and Marky with a quick execution with a flash. Alongside that, as Kelly S plays off of that angle as well. And now they're trying to get into B, but no plan just yet.
Savvy does have the outlaw in hand, but it does look like he's dropped it for something else as Marky is getting chipped away here. Numbers advantage not present, but gun advantage very much there. Hey.
Oasis, this is... Yeah, Oasis seems like extra confident, especially after that Vine performance.
I really like that weird side plant. I feel like the only problem there would be if somebody was boosted.
Yeah.
Then they can't.
Last player standing.
Wait, they don't have a Sova.
Yes.
I'm brainstorming right now. Sorry guys, this is not
This is
me
nerd
talking
rap.
right now. It's
nerd
me. So because they don't have a Sova, they're not gonna be able to scan that out unless they really hard check. If they take belt, then they're gonna have a flash with the KO or the knife. I don't think they're gonna knife that left side, right? They have to knife right just so they clear the cheeky angles. At the same time, the flashes really actually stop that. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, back to the show.
Yeah, Kelly is really creeping up really closely. Doesn't get the flick down, but Marky is right there for the semi-save at least. Is getting another kill as well onto yellow. And now does have the plant. Oh, sorry. Waits for the wall to get down, and Kelly S will do the planting instead. He is already almost onto his ult null command, but Jet does have the rifle, but the post-plant position makes it so hard to retake.
One down.
Oh, I like that. That's clean by Jet. Could get one more if they line up here. This doable again. Oasis have had a 2v1 stolen just right under their noses a few rounds ago, Riku. They don't want to repeat, especially with equipped weapons this time.
Yeah, it has happened in the past before where Oasis would have a humongous lead, but this one player on the opposition would just destroy and foil their plans. And now I like this discipline. They're playing this post plant. No need to peek.
Bomb grenade out.
Maybe that was the call earlier, no? Like, well, they didn't have to peek the pistol one. Like, oh, yeah, we can chill. But at the same time, they have Snowball from the last 3 rounds. And I guess it's somewhat undone all that damage. So now I think they're going to be pushing Zol into yet another shaky buy. At the same time, I like the fact that Zol, you see these micro adjustments, right? They're putting up a bit more bodies towards early yellow presence. Because Oasis, they have been using that as a platform for their B hits. But with that being said, they do have null command. So they could make every single thing and every single setup on A currently a moot point.
Yeah, all those Killjoy setups, Jet will have to forgo that when once null command gets activated here. There's gonna be a swift execute with a flash in and the knife as well to detect. Just throwing all the utilities at the moment as Marky leading the charge. Sees one at hell, doesn't know that there's another player nearby as knives are out! But Kemsey with a headshot and Jet with a follow-up kill! What is happening as Savvy AK Gets another as Kakarot. Still, the Hell players are still
standing.
alive.
Spike
Repositions
down
onto
A.
screens. And Dubstep, the sole player, the lone player with rifles. But Kevzi, half HP. Chip damage onto Zind. Will the Sova drone know? I don't think they know. But they have an inkling. They have an idea. Dubstep sneaking in. They might have heard, just as you said. But Kevzi is low. But still maximizes HP. And that is a thrifty for Zol Esports.
Zol competing now. They found themselves a second chance at Icebox. They have the null command themselves. And once again, retake could be the most likely play here. Oasis, they go for this timeout. I like it. They just don't want Zol to build a full head of steam here and maybe run away. And again, they have to reconsolidate their resources here. 5k on Marky, he could go for an op, they could go for an attack op, knowing that Zol likes to play slow and sometimes expose themselves on these contact heavy angles, even on defense. At the same time, you have to worry if that might affect their entering power or their just raw punching power into a site.
Yeah, I think so far, Marky has been maximizing every single utility that Oasis throws out onto the site for him to take the space. That is exactly why we see him at the top of the scoreboard at the moment. But on the opposite of the spectrum, it is Jet really being a nuisance for Oasis. And because of the kills and everything, you get to see a lockdown now in play for this round.
Where are they gonna place it, if ever? I feel like they're gonna be a bit worried about that right side wall again. Because I'm thinking, how reusable is that plant? Because they'd have to take so much space from Belt and avoid the 4-10 fight, which Zol don't do anyway. Wow, lots of thinking just from that one execute alone. I like that plant, I really do. I'm not a fan of Sage, but wow, I really like that. That is smart. That's crazy.
Maybe that's why Jet now completely adjusting and automatically being at A constantly up until maybe the second half.
You know what? I'm pretty sure someone in the world would be saying, didn't you see that one EMEA game that they did that? I thought you paid attention to VCT. You know what? I would love to stay up at 4 a.m. on a weekday, but
it's quite rough.
I'd rather
That's
much
true.
not. Yeah.
Bot coming back.
Like, at least... Oh, hold that thought. It is now the execute here. It is Wits about to get the plant down. It's the same execute from earlier, but there's less bodies on the site itself.
You should run.
Oh, Hunter's Fury being expended for that. Wow, Marky still dodges that.
Yeah, no way.
Still there.
Oh, they don't know. And he peeks and gets a double even. Massive stuff. Now, Jez, lockdown, going to be used as well. Dropped onto screens. As Kakarot trying to scan the area. Sees Yes, sees the head. Nicely done headshot. Triple 3v2 at the moment. And there are just so many mollies that they have to watch out for. Dubstep with a kill. All up to him on this 2v1. Or rather, all up to Jet. But 30 health is quite tough. And Oasis in the lead in this map once again.
I like that little play Kakarot did. You know, he fronted, he took the duel, and just waited for the first KJ Molly to fall so he could deny it himself. At the same time, I think he had a Molly, a fragment grenade.
Yeah.
In his utility belt, so maybe they could have used it to flush it out in jail. And again, hindsight is 2020, obviously. But this is why we break things down. This is why we kind of take a look at it. It's looking like we're gonna go on a technical pause. Hopefully, it's not gonna last long for all you grumpy folk out there.
For all you folks excited.
Yeah, clear representation of the broadcast team. That's us. That's
Yep.
actually us.
True, exactly. Well, I like what you said. There was a great opportunity. Zol Esports really tried their best to body block for each other, and they had to. The thing is, Oasis, once they get the plant down, they have like unlimited mollies. 4 out of 5 of their agents. Well, maybe with Sage doesn't have one, but it's really annoying once you get that slow orb down as well. So 4 out of 5 agents got mollies.
Maybe that was Zol's weakness, you know? Sometimes Zol don't really play their comp. to what their comp can do, and in a positive light, that's just another way of saying they still have so much potential left in the bank to refine and potentially go into something else. But hey, that's why people play. That's why we have coaching staff. That's why we have support staff to iron things out. But at the same time, they can't let that happen too much for too long. At the same time, I'd like to, contradict my own points just so, just to see if there's valid reasoning. Because I think maybe Zol also have a different priority for their utility. Like, for example, right? I think a perfect example was Sunset earlier. They don't necessarily use it to have a safer rotate, but they just really flush it down on an execute, which is, again, not wrong, but an interesting school of thought.
And it feels like once they get the space that they need, that's when, even if we as much as utility anymore, we're gonna bring it through with the gunfights, with our accuracy. As long as we get towards the site or the retake, it's all gonna follow through with our aim. Oasis Gaming, they have a lot of control through utility. Like, once they get into the site, they still have surplus of mollies to use for this particular moment.
Well, we are here.
I'm just drinking my cocoa while on a tech pause. But I think one thing that I really want to talk about while we're on a like, mini break, if you will, is that remember when you talked about history, like NCG back then, they were
history.
Was it called? Were they like? I think they were. They were at the top spot enough to qualify for the next split. But what happened was, most of the NCG players, I think there was this one player that's left in NCG, and the other 4 members went to Zol Esports, but had to climb through qualifiers all over again. Imagine most of the players, kind of like, I think that's how it started, Zol Esports. They qualified from, qualifiers, open qualifiers, and then they're back here in VCT.
The only player that I don't have any news on about is, I think, Mid Mathers, because you talk about that roster. I think Mid really had a point in time where he was probably one of the most impactful controllers, especially on that Astra on Earl. But this was a while back. This was a long
time ago. Whoa. Dubstep. Well, we have resumed, everybody.
Hello.
We're back. Done with a history reminiscing, and now with 1-for-1, Jet and Savvy AK, both the Killjoys gone.
No more flank watch on either ends, and no more wall for the defense, as they would have loved that. That was an extra Guardian, an extra gun that they would have severely needed, especially when their operator is so out of position. They could reverse clear this pit though before they plant. I think that could be something that they want to do. The plan has been foiled. They found each other.
Viper Spit versus Spit. It's going to form a very blobby Venn diagrams. Kakarot gets the kill off Ramsey, headshot onto Marky. And all up to Kelly as Dubstep. Still going to get that plant down, of course. Kakarot going to come from above. But there's a lot to clear. But against 4, they can just swarm the area.
Again, time is of the essence here. Kelly, as long as he's staying alive in yellow, he can't keep Zol in check.
But now he is gone. All up to Dubstep to survive. Trying to close on in. And he sees the head. Now they have an idea, an inkling where they're at. 4K! Dubstep coming in huge here on round number 7. In a 1v3. Crazy stuff.
Oh my goodness, what a way to close out the round here. It looked dire, but of course, you need somebody to clutch. And who has done it in the past? In the biggest moments of the game, it is Dubstep.
Ooh, 1v3. 2v4.
That's why you try to save your drone for the pit, boys and girls.
Yeah, they had the knife, but it wasn't enough to deter that at all.
Not at all. And again, there's just so many ways to approach the game and how you want to use your utility. But sometimes when you're in front of a Viper's pit with nothing, I just have to face tank it.
That's true. Oh. Yes, as you said, using yellow as a platform here, and they have to have eyes above, and they do just that. Kellyes, though, with a double kill, sneakily enters the site, but the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And now it is a very, very long flank. Do they expect this, Wrath?
I just realized when Oasis do this exact setup, when they have 2 on the opposite end and have 3 players trying to fight it out, it's going to be that double fake hit. They either rotate to the opposite side where the 2 players are, or wait for them to flank, but Xavi made this possible now. 2v2.
Very doable for both ends as Kakarot. And Zen finishes off the round, and Zol Esports try their best to break momentum after what happened in the previous round.
Still competitive as competitive is. At the same time, this 2-round lead hasn't really gone away. But yeah, I feel like that's a tell that Oasis might just have to consider. Because as soon as some teams scout that, then maybe they'll try and anti-strat it. At the same time, a little alarming when 3 players break into your site anyway.
Yeah, the question mark. Where are the rest? We haven't really seen the plant anymore. It was just felt like a one-time thing, but maybe they'll try it again as they hover towards A.
They used to do it a lot on Haven. I remember they would do something so similar in Haven, but then they would get caught out on A lobby, like a lot of times. But again, that's a three-side map. This is a 2-side map, but still a lot of importance on mid. And as I say that, look at this. Look how far back Zind is. I think he has Bladestorm out already too. But Zol looked to do a pincer maneuver. No, they cancel out. They want to go for a cleaner retake.
Yeah, all front to back, basically. Marky and bumps into the box. Sees the scan. Oh dear, the plant is not going to happen for the 2nd time in a row. Now the spike is quite far away. Even if they have post plant, there's no post plant to post plant, basically, as Kellyes gets the kill. Savvy with the 2nd. They're huge right now as Kemzy tries to salvage the round, and he gets a 3K, and the gap is closing with 1 round away.
Out of charges.
If that was my worry. Like, how do you stop the player that's playing verticality in that spot? Remember, I was just talking about this. Since you don't have a Sova to scan that out or dart it out, or any reliable information to just really buy your Sage space, especially with the default retake wall here by Viper, then the problems will arise. Again, I'm not knocking on the attempt too far, but I feel like the last plan was a bit more, like, deeper, right? If I remember correctly, it was deeper.
It was deeper, and I think the rotation was still about to go, so Wits had a lot of free time to plant.
I don't think that should be enough to stop them from doing that, though. I think it's still very serviceable, but you're right. Timing might be the key to the success of that plant. And Marky, that's the 2nd peak. Don't triple dip. Don't quadruple dip. Maybe don't 5th dip.
The 5th, exactly like that. That he's using himself as a distraction for sure. 2nd heal down. The Molly even invested onto top, onto 2, but Kellyes gets a kill onto Jet. 1 for 1. Marky's still half HP. Still waiting on another 2nd heal from Wits. Even has Resurrect. Zin with a push though. Sees 2. But no one would budge from coming from Oasis. They're really forcing this fight.
Yeah, it's really long drawn out. And they've given a Vandal away. The res is here. Maybe something Zol forgot about. Marky fell
in battle. Might be a 2nd time around with dubstep here. He's gonna fall in the hands of Kakarot. 3v3 now. As they
30
get
seconds left.
No upgrades. Quite far now. But they're trying to get the plant down. No one's gonna get flashed. But it is gonna force Zol Esports to back away and respect this. Now they get the plant. Ashley Wits with a good body shot.
Remaining.
1v2 technically. Unless they decide it's still a little bit doable, but the res is coming through. Now it's a 2v1. They're able to get that, but Wits is insane. Did he expect this? Yes, he does, but the Vandal's just too strong on Kevzy's side. That's like the 3rd time around Kevzy clutching this for Zol.
Now Icebox, it's 5 apiece. Both Oasis and Zol not letting this map lead go in anybody else's way but theirs. Yet another Thrifty on the side of Zol. Or rather, Thrifty avoided by Zol here. And I do completely agree with this. This was such a long and drawn-out fight. And it just felt like there was so much utility
player
being expended
standing.
on the side of Zol that at the end of the day, it's a mission accomplished. They took so many players down with them. They burned through the economy. They chewed right through another round's worth of equipment. And I think Oasis will be definitely happy about that. Plus, they got rid of Null Command. Oh, but do they check this? Who's there? Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. I'm opening the door. Oh, see, it's actually a sliver. The shoulder was enough for dubstep. Quick. And now it's -1.
Oh, no more flash, no more scan. Zinzi's ahead, but that's, again, not enough to stop this. Nothing to stop this execute in the way now.
Yeah,
Look, there's a long flank.
Long flank. And coming from Pac-Man here. Oh, that's Kelly is now gone. They haven't yet planted the spike as it is denied by the Hunter's Fury. Is it Pac-Man still be very... Oh, there you go. Dubstep. Able to find Pac-Man. Zin with the double. Now the spike. Again, unfortunately. It is always Jet and Savvy AK toe-to-toe with their lockdowns.
The post plan has just been stopped. But again, Dubstep with a 3K looking to win this round out.
Enemy remaining.
2v2. Now a 2v1. He's already clutched once. Looking to do it again. Zol not allowing it this time.
I swear, Kevzi is
Last
such
round before the switch.
a very important player on Icebox at the moment. It doesn't really show on the stats, quite even with Jet and Kakarot. But whenever Jet and Kevzi are usually the only ones left, the clutch percentage of Zol really increases through the roof. And the 1v3s, the 1v2s feels like it's a, you know, secure, it's such a secure win for Zol whenever that happens.
And it's also so good at playing ahead. Oasis now have found an awkward timing that they have to address. Because every time they try to go for a plant, it's been 2 rounds in a row, 3 rounds in a row even, that they get stopped. And look at the confidence by Zol now. They are marching forward.
Honestly, a very different look, just as you said. Made a little bit of noise, now they might be paranoid about Nest.
Oh yeah, it's probably one of the most dangerous tools in the game, just to weed off the fears of the opposing team. Oasis, they're trying to stand strong. They're trying to, once again, bait out a fight here. Maybe just snowball through the way of this defense. Their A hits have not been as impressive as their B executes, I think, so far. But they still want to do this. They still want to go for it. Dubstep's not too far off from Pit, so if they can take Or plus plant, then they could maybe take a round away from Zol now.
It's still Wit, able to finish off that kill. They know somebody is around that area. Make that a second. Kelly S with a double. 15 HP onto Kelly, but they're covering each other's backs. Jet having to rotate from far away at the entrance.
30 seconds
Do they
left.
know that somebody has infiltrated the site already? Spike planted, no post plant. They're gonna play close, maybe from Savvy, Nanoswarm. Now they know where Jet is. Trying to circle around. They want to secure this, as Mark might be first contact here. Having to peek at the moment and having to back away. First headshot. Do they know that Kelly S is on top? 4K for Kelly S. We're gonna finish the first half on an even slate.
Switching sides.
Kelly does it all. He calls, he supports, and he frags out when he has to. He has given us a very close half, at least for Oasis, despite it's a good start for them. Zol on the attacking end, which I feel like has a decent amount of problems sometimes. Like we said, right, on Bind specifically, when the contact doesn't work out for Zol, I feel like the rest of the plan just doesn't follow through with it.
And yeah, it's just the adjustments of Oasis is truly the layering of like a waterfall of strategy, I suppose. If the post plan doesn't work out, stuck close, might as well play off of there. And now it is a reset, Raf. It's pretty crazy to see how close this was, considering that Bind was 13-2. And now it's dead even.
It is dead even. Like you said, it can be a waterfall of strats, and Zol is solid as a rock. Frozen is their #1 enemy here.
Oh, let's see Savvy. Stealing first blood here. And double at that. No jet anymore. Surprise! Make that a triple. Used for distraction. Kevzi once again. The spike is not. It has been picked up. Has not been picked up yet, rather. And Kelly S onto triple. Sorry, onto the box. Still trying his best, but Marky with a flank though, and they don't see this coming. And there you go. It is gonna be a pistol in favor of Oasis.
Erosion, like I said, is it erosion? Like, it is, because it's water grinding down rock. See guys, I'm clever, smile. Anyway, Oasis are a lot more active on the defensive end, which was to their undoing on Sunset. But right now, with Zol not having that much safety, because, you know, as an attacker, you can get the spawn through mid very, very quickly, especially if you go for a very aggressive tubes push. And Zol, I feel like since they play so compact, they have a lot of holes in their flank, especially when the utility is down. They bounce out. They know the wall is there. They know the killjoy is there. So both Sentinels providing a unique flavor of problems that Zol just don't want to take a bite into. But Marky with the outlaw could find one. It's a Marshall. Batman does double peek.
Remaining. "30 seconds left.
Market nearly fell there though, but again, Kevzi 15 health. I'm pretty sure this round is done, right? Yep, there's just no way. Anywho. Wait, what was the point I was trying to make? I spaced out. I was like, okay, quick review. Quick review here. They do double dip onto the Marshall, which I find interesting on an 3-4 round, knowing that the Marshall is basically a baby up when there's no armor. And once again, Zol. There you go, that's the point I was trying to make. They're really stubborn with their contact play when they don't have to be. Like, yes, it's great that they're taking it as a shoot first, scrap after type of approach in some of these positions, but you know, we are in the playoffs. Help him!
One down.
Wow. They're just cherry picking at this point. Zol, they have 2 Vandals left, and you know, Oasis wants that for themselves. The very frugal team with a very aggressive approach, and I've always praised how creative Oasis can be on these rounds where you just don't have all the resources you have. I think Kemsy might get shoulder checked here.
Night.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Ah! Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Wow. Beautiful recovery by Zol. Despite the mayhem here. I wouldn't honestly, like, I honestly thought that fight would end sooner. Because, again, there were 3 people pushing 1 guy. Or I think it was 2 people. At the same time, you can't help but feel you gotta help him. You gotta help the Jet. He's alone. He's burning 2 cloud bursts and whatnot. But this is not a bad buy at all by Zol, with all things considered. They're not even too far from a good ult. And Oasis close to snowballing the bonus, but not enough. Stand with a dash and a cloud burst could buy some space here, but once again, Oasis putting a lot of emphasis on holding down yellow. They've already heard the operator, so you see Zol. He's up just a little bit, trying to posture up for A as they slowly back away from B. Do they know that there's a threat looming up above?
Killed.
Suppress it. One suppressed.
Oh, they don't check?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Kev?
My babushka told me not to brag. Out of charges.
Nobody is willing to budge. Everybody is fighting tooth and nail for this round lead. And Oasis finally brought down a few notches here. They are going on a lesser buy. They don't have Late Storm to work with. Despite getting that opening kill, the fragging power of Zol has been a big roadblock. And it kind of does beg the question, Oasis are winning when they play out the clock and try to punish Zol when they're out of position. But some of these fights, they are once again overstaying their welcome in some situations.
Die.
Sage killed.
One enemy
Hello,
remaining.
Kelly, get found. And I don't think Oasis have been pressuring mid as much as they have. Because it seems like Zol is just comfy rotating out of either of the sides too. Like, okay, we're gonna chill. We don't have to like invest too many things towards mid. They have their sentinel, obviously trying to lurk and get an opening here. Leaving most of the lurking duties towards Patman. And you saw all those early rounds, right? Where Oasis was winning through surrounding Zol instead of just trying to constantly face them.
Take flight.
Dead fool.
Got him! My ult's ready.
Oh boy, Oasis now getting potentially run over here. The round lead going their way, but Kelly S equalizes. If Wits can find a body, this is so doable, Rico. Oh, oh, oh,
One enemy remaining.
Okay, we're fine.
Barrier created.
Oh, that's so annoying. Oh,
Clutch. No charges left. No
that
charges
is so annoying. That wall is like, oh my gosh. There's just so much ice to shoot through, and they have to take a wide swing. This time around, Oasis showing their heart and just not giving up in a situation where they had no business of winning, by the way.
Last player.
Oh man.
There.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oasis Oasis now maybe a bit more aware of the fast push. They have the operator in the right spot. Although that will cancel the dash, the operator will still be a real threat to have a bit more control on the side itself, Rico. They don't want to just lose their front line like this.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Green down.
All right, Patman, it's your turn to have an impossible clutch. So reliable and so incredibly clutch. Could try and maybe just get a frag here. Realistically, what he could do is find Xavi, bait out the rotations, or you know, he doesn't have spikes, so that's not in the playbook at all. He could try and whittle it down, like I said earlier, right?
30
if he only
seconds
had
left.
access to information, he could have maybe found a mid player and then work his way there. But no matter how we theory craft this is going to be a very, very challenging situation to be put in.
Poison orb emitting.
Especially when an operator is still constantly being a threat
Poison's
to you.
off.
10 seconds left.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Oh boy. And I would say like this is really the match where it's pivotal, because like I said, the first two maps, it's a bit of a gimme, right? It's like, it's whatever. But now you're up 2-1. The pressure is so immense on the opposite team. Swarm. I'm trying to formulate, like, what is the possible route for both these teams here? Obviously, ultimates are gonna go in the way of Zol, so I think, you know, Zin's obviously gonna put that Blade Storm out. And if Batman has that Vandal, then I don't think it'd be out of the question to invest the Viper's Pit, especially if they can get an early pick or two. Would be more favorable. On Oasis side, they know that this is going to be a weaker buy, so they have even more of a reason to play back and maximize Marky's up. This is very aggressive, though. He's 5 HP. You didn't even need to shoot him in the head. You're going to have a heal for him. Hey!
Blocking sight. No charges left.
Marky's one body shot away from either of these
Target's
weapons.
destroyed.
But they don't check
30
belt.
seconds left.
Marky has no idea either. Jake can't see him. Oh, the timing
One
of it
enemy
all.
remaining.
What is this?
Initiated.
What a read, actually. Look at this.
Spike planted.
Oh. They have no idea again.
Who could have predicted this? All right, I did.
Wow.
Everyone Fun makes fun.
Where did
German
this go
efficiency.
wrong? I feel like
Just
it
laughing
shouldn't
to
have
you,
been
Zom.
Marky to back out that much because that
got the
extra
spike.
window of time gave Zol all the room in the world to do this, to take control of Tube, to fight it out on mid and cause mayhem across the map. Realistically, once you lose mid, now there's just infinitely more angles to check if you're a defender. But again, it's those small things that add up.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Don't get in my way.
I cannot use that. Deploying drone. Nowhere to run!
Uh-oh. That's exactly why you saved the drone for the pit. Look at all this noise they're making. Zavi doesn't
down,
appreciate it
B.
at all, but he will fall immediately, and Zol will prepare to defend this post plant.
Flash.
Last player standing.
Oh no!
It is done. Out of charges.
2 more rounds needed to take the lead in this series, and I feel like they can smell blood in the water here.
Enemy remaining.
Oasis slightly looking a bit disjointed at times. Maybe they need the breather, Rico. Maybe they need this pause to just get themselves back together here. What can they do now? I mean, normally you'd have... I don't actually know here, because like Zol have been adjusting accordingly too. I think they've been trying to molly out the usual drone spots, but again, you just really don't want to have too many angles that are exposing you as defenders. That's why you have to have a lot of control on your rotations. That's why rotations can end up being really slow because of the lurk threat. And although Zol hasn't necessarily been like hard lurking aside from Jet, they've done enough damage to just weaken the defenses everywhere else.
Scanning ahead.
Very, very tall order considering the weapons they have and how much space they're allotted. Look, you see Zavi now being completely committed to this. He's going to be saving that lockdown if they need it, if they can hear the plant. And Oasis slowly conceding B. Just trying to be a bit more safe. They couldn't take the weapons, and that was also a very well-read situation by Zol. But again, a gunfight is not something you want to do. But look at Zol. They're actually tagged up.
Bot coming back.
30 seconds left.
Here.
Here. Toxin screen down.
That's done. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
10 seconds left.
Wow. Okay, Jet puts a wrench in that plan, but at least weapons, like you said. Kelly, yes, finds the frag here. Yellow very much occupied. Playing with his life.
One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down.
Look how low.
Placing sentry.
Taking one for the team.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh!
If you want something done right, do it yourself.
Match point.
So reliable as Pac-Man. He is as cold as Icebox. And Oasis, you saw their hopes kinda spiral out as their HP was going down. A crucial whiff with an even thinner margin for error just did not allow for that thrifty steal.
Last player
They are battling it out. Still, one more round and Zol take their map pick. Take another note. Steal another map pick away from Icebox. Dubstep falling that early is an ill-fated omen for Oasis. Is it? If they do something about it, yes. But Soul, they are on fire right now. They are melting all the snow all around them, and you can see that they are heating up. Meanwhile, Oasis maybe just shying away from this. But this is the moment they were asking for. This is the moment where they all have to step up and prove their mettle. Oh!
Turrets destroyed.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
They're one away. They are one away from proceeding and preserving their tournament life. And Oasis now trying to get back their momentum to try and steal themselves from this awkward spot. Like we talked about, Rico, this is probably, or that was probably the most important map in the entire series.
Absolutely. We talked about how whoever gets that 2 mark has the least pressure. You have leeway to air quote lose one more map, and you get to
air
but
quote,
yeah,
just
leeway, right? But leeway. But for Oasis now, the pressure is on them for the.
Indeed, it is. And like you mentioned, that overtime stat, I think it's very interesting because it just proves how much they want it, how much they want to fight for their W's. But at the same time, they are now backed up into a corner and in territory that they haven't picked for themselves either. Because we are going to Haven for our third, or rather, no, fourth map of the day.
Woo.
Potentially the last one if Oasis can't pick themselves back up. Other than that, we are hoping for still a competitive series.
Absolutely. This is such a close map. Like, we went with Sunset where it was leaning heavily on Zol. It was the opposite when we came to. This has been the closest within the series. And it felt like it was going towards Oasis's favor up until the mid collapsed for them.
I feel like there are also some question marks along the way too with, again, just utility assignment and how they want to try and pressure some areas of the map. Because realistically, like as a Sage, right? There are concrete ways to block off places that could potentially throw off the other team or force them and funnel them in awkward situations. But it felt like that wall was very limited to the post plants, and I feel like we didn't get to see that post plant enough. Even if we did get what, 8 of them, I feel like that should have been the win con for Oasis for a majority of this map.
Yeah, you're right. It felt like there were so many rounds where it felt like it was in the bag already. But it felt like somebody from Zol Esports really stepped it up and clutched for the team. There were a lot of really shiny moments, like, you know, Dubstep with that 1v3 clutch inside the Viper Spit. But at the tail ends of this map, Zol Esports really disjointed the formation of Oasis. It felt like they were scrambling a lot to the very end.
Scramble is probably the best way to describe it. I mean, the usual discipline and the usual timing that we would see them operate on was very much absent. And after all, this is a 5-map series. This is way more demanding when it comes to just, you know, playing at that level. The stamina. Again, like we talk about stamina, the intangibles. We will really see what teams are made of in these types of games.
It will be. This is where you're really put to the test, pushed into a corner. And again, for this roster in particular, I don't think we've seen this best of 5 yet. You know, this configuration for Oasis. But for Zol Esports, this setup maybe, you know, Jet. This is definitely new territory, but at the same time, this is such a solid roster from Zol Esports. But just as you said, Raf, going to Haven real soon, and I feel like it would be very fitting to end in Ascent, because at map number 5 afterwards, if we do reach that part.
Oh, that's a lot to, you know, cross if you are Oasis, because now you are asking or being asked to play almost perfect VALORANT for the next 2 maps to have a chance. But, you know, before we, you know, nerd out a little bit more, we'll be throwing this to a break, guys, so stay tuned.
Save, or will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What?
Happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree. And that is gonna be enough for... Wait, another 4K? It's like only one satchel for Full X to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Young Pork out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro Impassment, hand in hand, gets kills. And now they are just gonna push through. Naos loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another! Papichulo gets the 4K!
Like in the Fall X though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2. Fall X! Bounce them all!
A lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. And right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K. Will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or...
Oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself if Owen gets one. I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight. But Kakarot is even bigger for this one. He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top and he delivers death from above. Kakarot going super.
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots, and it's a 13. Oh, black and blue.
Gabby all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as Zol get on the board.
Killian is going crazy. As the showstopper, has to fight against two. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for that. You're just gonna fall.
Welcome back, everybody, over here at the VCTPH English broadcast. We're still your casters for this amazing, exciting, spectacular series of the lower bracket finals. My name is Riku, joined by Raph, and we're still in the middle of the Zol versus Oasis series. And Zol Esports, having their win on Icebox, puts them in a 2-1 spot, and they're one map away from heading on to the grand finals.
Let's just address the elephant in the room right now. Because we are slowly heading into the point where star power is going to seize the day for either of these teams, because stamina is going to be a real issue. And talking about star power, they are feeling it. Reyna Yoru on Haven. I see the why of the Yoru, but the Reyna, always a question mark. But always a treat, in my opinion.
I have a feeling that after that Icebox match, I mean, the first half, Zind wasn't exactly having the time of his life, but at the second half, he felt, you know, he was totally in the driver's seat. He was forcing Marky in, like, really, you know, odd situations where he would use, like, the updraft, like, really confident in his movements. So I totally see why they would pick this Reyna for this important map.
I don't know why I'm here, and I don't know their names, but all I know is I must kill.
Kill. And that's the job.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right? Since now, I'm going to be a bit more critical of this because if you lose your tournament point because of an ill-advised pick, then that is self-inflicted. At the same time, if they win with this comp, then they are winning in spectacular fashion. Because, once again, if it's a long, drawn-out series where at the end of the day, star power will, you know, overtake most of the things, that is a gigantic blow to the enemy's mental, right? Like, Reyna starts off strong early. Obviously, we're not, like, dealing with teams that are, like, fragile mentally, but at the same time, it's gonna chip away. It's gonna chip away, no matter who you're playing against.
It is definitely a high risk, high reward agent pick. If you don't get the kills, then you don't get to, well, do anything at all with your kid. As we start now, Raph, over here, will we get game number 5? Or will Zol Esports end this here and now in a 3-1 fashion and join Naos Esports in the grand finals and VCT SEA?
Here we go. Oasis and Zol, they stand at the precipice of fate, perhaps. Do they exit this series, the tournament, their chances of ascension and whatnot? Do they come back from whatever it is that is tying them down? But it does look like Zol is ready to fight. The clone will take the brunt of the damage, but Savvy will hide in his dark cover. And Zind with a Reyna immediately gets value off of this.
Yeah, they haven't really cleared Heaven just yet, and we get to see a flank from Marky. Oh, there it is. He's down.
There you go, and Kakarot, again, using that mobility and just the presence of a Yoru. I think he has a teleport available too, but Marky has a different idea. But one suggestion from the
One
Ghost of
enemy
Kakarot
remaining.
is all it takes. Oasis, they are getting destroyed by Zin.
There's
Oh,
a really
no.
nice post plan from the side of Zol Esports. They only get the one, but Kakarot's repositioning and having the pressure of Zin, I really have to choose who to clear at some point.
That is true. You gotta pick your poison here. And now, we're not really seeing a rifle buy just yet on the side of Zol. Both duelists are honestly on probably the best start when just the two of them wipes the entire team. Meanwhile, Oasis going for another creative strat here. They have 3 people stacked. They do get rid of the dart, but maybe they're baiting Marky out. Maybe this could be some 1 million IQ play. But
Perhaps.
Decoy again. First to be sent out.
Let's see here. There's a possible crossfire, but I don't think they want to commit onto C, knowing that there's a possible setup there of a stack. Oh,
That's also
Kakarot
something you have to
stays.
consider. No way, right? They checked it. Oh, but that's all they get. That's a free bulldog, Riku.
Very important one. Possibly giving that to Marky. Having the dash and everything. Movement speed. Oh, they're gonna be.
Healing area.
Done. Undeterred is Zol. Zind again, continuing his rampage with Marky. Will be the one to sprint into action, but will walk into a firing line. Kelly S with the classic. All the way from behind. Does get the first. But again, numbers and weapons on the side of Zol.
Not a bad eco on the side of Oasis, but still Brown secured for the side of Zol Esports. They may not get to carry over most of their guns, but they'd be happy still off of that victory. Oasis, this is the real test now. I think this is where like a 50-50 kind of slip where they either not take advantage of the buy round and get a snowball on the opposition. It can be the same performance as Icebox and Bind, but when they went up against Naos and on Sunset with Zol, that's when things really went haywire.
They do need to find a spark for them to try and come back from this. And again, it's been electric
Up and down?
Zol so far, up and down. I don't think they have an idea that dubstep is here, but they are like this position. They really want to try and fight this out. That's the clone. They're completely blinded. Zol again sowing a lot of chaos here, but it does look like they're going to opt for a different part of the map. Walk up B, they scale up. Marky's ready and waiting here.
He's
His elbow. The pre-fire by Patman is going to bruise Oasis once more.
Now it's a -1, but a lot of chip damage on the side of Zol Esports, and they're going to take advantage of the body shots.
Here it's Wits all alone on the side, but now we quickly join in Zol.
Where? Oh! Where are they going?
Just don't want to deal with that. We're gonna run. We're gonna run to Patman.
What?
Who is he? He is the Knight. He is Vengeance. He's the Killjoy player of Zol Esports. Again, Kelly could be walking into another trap.
30 seconds left.
Map control by Zol. Oh my goodness, it is so good.
I know. It's crazy stuff. You get to leave the lurk from Patman, and it just completely disjoints the positioning of Oasis. They were looking at angles where Zol Esports were definitely not gonna walk into. They go the opposite direction, and now their buy round goes into shambles, and Zol Esports take a 3-0.
And this is not the start you want to see on the side of Oasis. And I feel like there were some of the pocket plays that they used to do quite a bit. For example, the 4-man push from mid was, I think, prominent in last split, or was this a previous iteration of Oasis? But I felt like they should have kept that. I feel like it's another layer that they could work with. At the same time, Riku, this is the map where by far we've seen the most, like,
Out of charges.
stumbles on any team. And that's just not on the side of Oasis, but literally everybody.
Every
It's really
team.
the amount of, like, sites that they have to take.
Yeah, it could also be you know, I feel like Haven has been maybe almost one season out of the well, maybe one split and another, and then the next half. And Haven, it's very loved, I suppose, by a lot of very aggressive teams, but knowing how Zol really likes to play aggression and Oasis likes to play solo sometimes, might be in Zol's favor.
And there's so many flashes and things to shoot. It's just so problematic to deal with, especially this lineup. I mean, yes, Kakarot can go past. Patman again trying to backstab the backline here. But Jet dancing around with some fancy footwork as dubstep gets flashed, and that's not how they want to do it. And now Zol. 2v1, the Stinger could do a lot of damage here, especially Xin is very low, but this is a crossfire. You have to pick an angle. Does get the right one, but Kakarot is too healthy and too sharp to let this one go.
A thrifty, a possible thrifty, minus, what, 3 members on the side of Zol Esports, but still, very clean for Zol and an understandable timeout. The chaoticness that Haven produces is where Zol really thrives, especially this sort of composition, Arena, and then a Yoru as well that can reposition, keep you guessing. Same thing that can be said for Arena. This is Zol's territory.
It's not something you want to hear as an Oasis fan too.
True, true.
I mean, not that I know. You know, guys, I'm fair. We're all fair here. At the same time, like, jokes aside, the thing is, I think this comp actually neutralizes the speed of a Neon, which I don't know if Zol were cooking this up themselves or like if this is just a matter of chance, because yes, Neon can break into the site really fast, but look at the amount of things that he has, or Marky has to deal with when it comes to just the duelist, right?
Yeah.
He's fast, yes, the stun is going to provide a lot of value, but then the clone, but then the flash, but then the leer, you know, and this is just looking at a duelist versus duelist perspective.
Here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It feels like Marky would be hesitant to go ham on the dashes and the runs, because you have to be wary about, just as you said, the utility might be too overwhelming, and you might lose a life instantaneously. It's a buy route again for the side of Oasis. They really have to take advantage of this. They have Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury, and an operator coming from the side of Marky. Earlier at Icebox, they definitely avoided most of the danger of Marky, but can they do the same thing over here on Haven?
It's a good question to ask, and one that Zol would like to address. As the ult is here, he sees that there's so many people trying to set up for their utility. But like I said, there's just going to be a lot of flashes and a lot of things to instigate paranoia as action unfolds everywhere on the map. The operator's going to get its value, but this time from the Sentinel. It switches to fall. Kakarot's stuck in a place where he doesn't want to be in. But again, what does Oasis have to focus on? Is it the plant? Is it the backline? What is it?
It's too confusing to think about for sure. They have to clear so many things at the back of their mind. What's a 3v4 post plant?
Stops down. Chance to have this perhaps. But again, they're not gonna fall for it. What a deny, or what an unlucky shot. Either way, they have to clear this out. They have to clear it out fast. Time is winding down. They're sticking it. He gets scanned, and the bullets, they come blazing in the way of Oasis. Zol are shutting out Oasis on the first 5 rounds of the board.
And even after timeout as well, this is huge for Zol Esports. The fact that, you know, sort of time is running out. The rounds on the first half is running out. They really need to fix a strategy on how to counter this chaoticness. And I think one thing that is giving them a very, very hard time is actually stopping the plan itself. I think come post-plan, this is where this composition really shines. Once you see Kakarot, oh, guess what? He's probably at our spawn. And it just makes things so much harder for you to decide to play retakes.
Exactly, and again, there's just so many approaches to the game that one isn't necessarily wrong, but the zaps are coming in and the shots are ringing true for Oasis so far. Dubstep makes a valiant attempt with a weapon advantage. The entire armory collapses onto the side of Oasis, and there is trouble in paradise as Xavi looks to defend it. That's a clean shot. It's down to 1v1. The collegiate hero, the GOAT, will get beheaded by Je. And Zol 6-0 on a deciding map.
at a match point already. If Zol wins this, they're the ones denying the El Clasico matchup in the Grand Finals instead for the run-it back of Split 1's Grand Finals. And they feel hasted already. With a 6-0, they feel unstoppable, Raph.
That they are. And that's how it feels. But again, Oasis, they've developed this grit, this iron heart throughout all of the regular season. And Marky is willing to put it on a sleeve. He'll get the first frag, find Zind. Despite all the chaos, they look to bring some sort of semblance of order here. Things have finally slowed down for Zol.
Take flight.
Very important kill coming from the side of Oasis to take things back. And I don't think this drone will be able to spot too much. But they're moving towards A quite slowly. Palman even with the lockdown here. I like this from Patman. He has the operator. And the one challenging Marky, even though the lockdown is such an important ultimate to keep alive.
It is definitely felt in terms of impact. Zol, once again, using everything they have in their arsenal here. They don't have a smoke to work with, at least for Heaven, but it's gonna be full contact. I don't think Oasis expect them to be this deep in the site, right?
Nope. They don't have an issue now with any sort of teleport.
You should
at least. But they're all here on this. Oh, even the lockdown now initiated as Kellyas gets a kill.
Interesting here. Hunter's Fury. It's gonna keep them at bay despite the stun, but the numbers are still in favor of Zol to even execute one member. Marky again, the first frag and the last to finally put one on the board for Oasis. As Zol stumble upon an angry Neon, an angry offer. Ooh. Looked so bad there up until it didn't.
Yeah. It felt like they definitely used, who's talking? I think it was Wits, right? It was Wits. That was attained. And then being able to use that distraction, having to use the dash into an operator shot. And Marky really saved that round for sure. Or rather, it was Kelly S earlier. So, it's a tall hill to climb, Raph. But Oasis will take it.
Here.
They will scale, they will climb.
Who's next?
Ain't no mountain higher than their aspirations to hit new heights. Zol? Yet, this time they change the speed and they even threaten with the ult. Again, all this space for free has to provide so many problems, and you have to constantly guess where Kakarot is and where his duo is waiting for. Zind again, firing upon every single member he finds. And where is it? There's so much happening in A. What the plant is B?
As B, Kakarot's from heaven, and then guess what? I'm actually relocating to A lobby. And let's see with the retake. 3v4?
Once again, they're buying so much time. The duelists, they're really maximizing that space taking to its limits. A 2v3 as time winds down. Already signals Oasis to go for a save as they scrounge up whatever they can for the next round. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go for another timeout here if they have one left.
A very important timeout indeed. Zol Esports really hungry for that grand finals. And now, again, taking a look at the replay, it is just the plain chaos, right? It's just dimensional drift. You guys are now pressured to, it's kind of like a more enhanced from the shadows, because you kind of know where this person is, but is the deadly part. You have an inkling, but just don't know where exactly. But Zin is always there to catch these angles, the confusion. But no timeouts. Zol and Oasis will continue.
Oh, sounding a little European there, but we are bringing APAC flavor to this round. As Kelly S stops the push, dead in its tracks. But Kevzi,
what?
See no evil, fear no evil, hear no evil. Still get the frag. 2v4, and it doesn't look like they're willing to back off still.
They try to bait out Oasis to exit from Garage, perhaps, and then get a kill off of that. So far, disciplined on the side of Oasis.
But you see, like, the effects of having a Yoru and a Reina just kind of
yep.
walk everywhere, right? Like, I don't think there's any reason for them to pull back right now, but once again, hesitation. Hesitation. Je? Oh, nearly caught trouble there against Dubstep. Je. I think he sees the barrel here, no?
Oh! There it is.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Sees Marky even. But now they're at the right site.
Player standing. Spike down
Oh,
A.
2v1.
seconds left.
Jai with a rifle, 2 players with a pistol. And there's a lot of time to do whatever, but getting caught by that is gonna be so anxiety-inducing. And he is gonna get tagged up. But what indeed? What is that? Neural theft. He sees the hat, nearly gets hit by the 007 odd job strap, but Xavi, full confidence, he has all the info, and he now has a gun. Tripwire's not gonna help Jeff's situation. 3 bullets left in the mag, but we'll have to go back and now reassess how this can happen. Xavi had his window of opportunity. The spike is winding down, Riku.
Yeah, still trying to take so much time here. Understandable. No sound has been made from Jet, so you have to keep guessing.
Oh.
No way. He thinks it's gonna be a short.
Oh no.
No.
He's the first to flinch. But there's 3 bullets. Never forget there's 3 bullets.
3 bullets.
Unless Xavi just sticks this, right? No way, he just sticks this, right?
He hears it.
It could have been the stick.
Oh!
Imagine if he stuck it the first time, though.
True. True. I think there was a immediate risk of the 50-50. Did he not take the bait off of that tap? Or was it a continue? And in the end, it was Jet playing that so smartly. At the very beginning, they had the numbers lead. They had a -2 immediately. But Kemzy and the rest of the squad were able to narrow things down. It is... I feel like these kills are not from 1v1 duels, contact. These are kills off of chaoticness, out of repositioning, where they are from the map.
It's been Zol's bizarre adventure, you know? It's been Zin and Kakarot and his stand to really just cause so much trouble, because once again, Oasis cannot establish a front line. And look, Xavi, he could be walking into another trap here, full confidence. He's hugging the right side, he's completely blind, and he still gets Xavi. Kelly S with yet another util kill. It looks like Oasis is rallying back, but the Empress is here, denied completely. Wits trying to find the closing kill here too, but it's Dubstep to rally back. And now they get a second round on the board as Zol's march will temporarily come to a halt.
It's a very important round number, win number 2. I mean, what can you... If Oasis still will keep this up, it's gonna incredibly help them on towards the second half. But of course, Zol Esports, it feels like they're having a field day. Now the question is, did Oasis now figure out what they need to do? Do they need to play as fast? Do they need to track a particular player? Ignore the rest and just play as a squad, and then swarm the site where they think would be where the stack is going to be. That's what worked out earlier. But let's see if Zol will try that again. I feel like they're now a bit more spread out. No, I'm kidding. They're a bit stacked again.
We're still waiting for the dimensional drift to come online, maybe, and they have a lot of rounds to give. Could take this orb too. Now,
they don't check Kobe.
Marky has not discovered. Oh, it is really one of those where you have to check. And now Zit again, maximizing the space. But Dubstep takes this away, and Oasis making a good case of a comeback here, at least the start of something. But that is an almost gigantic lead. Batman has a plethora of choices, but despite everything, I don't think this is gonna hurt the Zol economy too much.
Yep, not super much. I feel like they've gathered enough for another full buy, I think. I could be wrong. But looking at this, really good job coming from Dubstep to play around the smoke or inside the smoke. Oh, it hurt them a little bit. I'm seeing a lot of half shields and a little bit broken by. But really good round from Oasis. Just as you said, this could be a start of something new. They've got Overdrive and From the Shadows to sort of mimic what a Yoru does on your formation. But now they're stacking again. I feel like once they stack, that's when Zol Esports has a hard time.
There you go again. Brute force. Nice strat, nerd. I'm just gonna punch through everything! Kevzi and Kakarot get the first 2 kills, but the replies are here. Oasis, they're still ready to stand their ground. Again, mobility has to be the biggest issue that Oasis have to deal with. It's only up to Kelly S now. He has no idea where this Yoru is. Spike is coming down, and he sees everything. He gets tagged. This is an almost impossible situation, but knowing Kelly S, he had a chance. It's Kakarot going Super Saiyan, elevating the rest of his team with him.
It was a Flash versus Flash there in that situation, and oh boy, Raph, Zol Esports 1 round away for their double digits. And the pistol round is going to be so important for Oasis to catch up on this series. I mean, on this map in particular. Now that they're in the driver's seat, let's see if they're able to deliver what they've done in Bind and bring that here on Haven.
Right, they got to sort this out. They've had their moments of greatness and their map of dominance. But again, you have to look at this as a series entirely. Oasis have been pretty sharp when it comes to the pistols. So they could very much overrun any would-be defenders. And Kevzi, he knows what's coming. He knows there is a storm. He doesn't want to get ran through. He's waiting for the rest of his team now.
I like this from Zol Esports. They decide to play retake. A 4-man retake from flank, from long. Maybe too short, too long. This is a recipe for absolute chaos again, which with Zol Esports will thrive. Oasis has to cover every single corner with this approach.
Like you said, there's just too many things to take into account if you're trying to retake this. But look at that aggression already. Trades are coming in, but Jet doing his magic. 1v1 here. We don't even get to see the final duel, as Zind will be the hero of the pistol. That is another 3K for him on the opener.
This Reyna pick really paying off, Raph. 3 rounds
exactly.
away.
It's 3 rounds, Rico.
3 rounds.
Do Oasis force? Do they just concede this anti-eco?
They waited out a little bit more and just trust that they're stalled at 11. And then we'll have to win a mountain of rounds and have 0 mistakes. This is such a mountain to climb. The hill became a mountain. It became Everest right off the bat here.
That it is getting tougher and tougher for the squad over at Oasis, and it won't help. They're getting sandwiched by every single bullet Zol has to offer from their entire arsenal. And we are moving on to dangerous, dangerous waters here. If it was a hill into Everest, now we are going into Olympus Mons. This is going to be a great effort for Oasis to come back to.
It will be. It will require everything. As Zol Esports has the momentum. Every single member operating at maximum capacity. Taking advantage of Haven, basically. H is for Haven, H is for Havoc. Literally what they're doing right now.
That's right, you can spell this out however you want, but it is quite stressful on the side of Oasis right now, as they don't want to take any unnecessary risk. See that Zol's not chasing them either.
Zind is chasing him though. Joke. Sees there's a tripwire, destroys it instead. Now it's a little bit open. Try to play for time, but they have the Zol Esports has the right idea here.
And they're just looking into the execution of things. They have an open sight, and they have the members on Zol guessing.
Cover going out.
They're gonna set it up, they're gonna execute, try to run through it now. Mark, he's going to lead the charge with this Vandal. He sees a glimpse of the opponent, but doesn't try to take the fight here. He's quite tagged up. Zol, once again, on the prowl. They can smell blood yet again. Hear the players. They're gonna look at how Zind is gonna deal with things. He has been an absolute menace and a problem. The jump out is tempting, but Marky will block them midair as Joe will answer back. And again, falling from everywhere. There's no target confirmation on either side.
Last player
1v2.
standing.
1v1 now. Wits, a little cold from the rest of the series, but this could be his redemption. Kakarot doesn't even have it to half. This could be an awkward timing! But how does that even work out for Kakarot still?
So played it off of the timing, ref. And now Zol Esports is match point. 1 round away from reaching VCT SCA. 1 round away from reaching the grand finals.
Reyna killed.
This has to be surreal for Zol.
Last player
They
standing.
could potentially secure their berth
Scanning ahead.
into maybe a back-to-back, maybe a chance at Ascension. They can see the gates open for them. And Oasis, they're trying to stop the bleeding. They're trying to stop the intruders. It's been difficult, Rico, to say the least.
Savvy AK has the neural theft. Let's see how they deal with this one. Almost from Marky.
Oh dear. 12 gauge, the semi-auto is gonna do the damage. They're down 1. Neural theft is here. Zol hasn't lost the round with dimensional drift just yet. And the defenders are collapsing on them. Once again, the dreams and the hopes are crushed by Zol as Jehu just started playing at the very last game of regular season. Has to be the year for Zol. And they are ecstatic about it. They steal the series away from Oasis.
1.5 years of constant defeats against Oasis. And now at the lower bracket finals, they finally have conquered their demons, have conquered Oasis after such a long time in such an important series at that. It is a story indeed for Zol Esports, and we get the run it back of Split 1. What a year for Zol Esports. They could literally take everything on their checklist this year.
And it wasn't even a narrow margin on a hyper-tested comp. It was them just duking it out. Again, maybe they had this anti-strategy. They know that Oasis is a team that can be very, very fortified in terms of some of these longer maps. But once again, you bring this type of chaos where Kakarot just provides so much info and space while Zin is red hot. It's a problem. 13-3.
I know.
I don't know.
Yeah, it felt like revenge after that Bind performance. And again, it feels like when Zol Esports play fast, that's when Oasis tends to get a little rattled. And Kakarot and Zind are like one of the perfect like formula, especially with the high risk, high reward sort of composition. We talked about the sandwich. We talked about the flank. This felt like a fast delivery of it. You really have to feel like you have 2 eyes at the back, well, of your back, behind your head. But I feel like it's definitely not enough. Zol Esports, I swear, they were able to conquer so many things. A chance to be back-to-back champions this year. Have defeated Oasis after 1.5 years. And get their hands on Ascension for the very first time. It's crazy, Raph. Their story is crazy.
Well, they were knocking on Haven's door. Like you said, it was a swift delivery. It was not a competitive game, unfortunately. And again, wow. You know, from being the perennial 4th, 5th team to this type of play, it is very, very impressive to say the least. Especially off the back of some of these ridiculous moments throughout the years, too.
I know. Zol Esports. They started their split really amazing champions. So they had a lot of pressure for them to continue this uptime, basically. And when they lost not us, they lost to Oasis at the very first few days of split number 2. And now this happens. Crazy story for Zol.
That's what it means to have the heart of a champion, you know, and just to expound on that, once again, they've gone through thick and thin together. They've seen so many configurations, but they have figured it out for themselves, or at least to conquer their demons enough. And, you know, as we talk about this was such a great, and I mean great effort as well on the side of Oasis.
Oh yeah,
this
definitely.
is a team that everybody was rooting for, you know, and has definitely earned the faith of many of the believers.
For sure.
At the same time, you know what? Congratulations to Zol still. We will now be throwing it to the panel as they nerd out over it, guys. So once again, this was Wrath, and that's Riku. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
But that is just completely Zol climbing back up top.
Honestly, yung pinakamaganda dito, yung composition ng Zol Esports dito sa last map natin na Haven. This is a composition na ginamit rin nila against Naos. Pero yung composition na kinakalaban din nila, yung comp ng Naos that time. So, surprisingly, they made it work. This time around, they stuck to their guts. Ginawa nila ulit for the second time itong composition na to, and it worked. And nakita naman natin the distractions, the post-plant, yung turnovers ng post-plant ng Zol during this, especially that last game was just insane.
Talagang tumatak sa akin yung last game na yun dahil syempre ang iniisip ko kaagad doon is problematic na kaagad ito dahil mabilis naman din gumalaw, especially ito si Marky on the Neon. Pero balikan natin muna itong first game and second game natin in which this is such a Oasis map eh. They had us in mind. That was a clean game. At dadagdagan mo pa na hindi makakuha ng paraan dito ang players ng Zol Esports para mapamanalo na nga nila yung mga duels dahil sobrang biasa nila Helias dito to take onto the space against the following players of Zol, especially that they are on the defense most of the time na magkakaroon ng mga multi-kills itong players ng Oasis. But then, now here on Icebox, sobrang nail-biter nito dahil imagine, yung Sage kind of wits, hindi mo makitaan man ng impact, pero ingit sa lahat dun is na-push naman nila close to one possible overtime sana. At dahil nakikita pa natin dito, sila Kelly is na lagi naman nakakamultikill, but then again, there's always an answer back galing kina Kevzi.
To add to that, no, si Kevzi during this game, especially this map, insane plays.
Diba?
During rin nung last game nila na nasa Icebox sila, si Kevzi lagi yung magaling. When it comes to Icebox, nakakakuha siya ng multi-kills, very important rounds. Yun na ipapanalo niya for the team together with Batman that time. Pero this map indeed was the most insane one I've seen from Zol Esports.
Hindi ko kinaya dito dahil sobrang tutok kami dito sa part na hindi mo malaman kung kailan na nga ba pwede makakuha ng kill, pwede makakuha ng round ng players ng Oasis dahil imagine, kailangan mong isipin kung saan manggagaling si Sin. Si Kakarot pa even with the steepy plays and bukod nga doon sa mga blind places nila or blind place nila all throughout the sites is hanapin mo pa kung nasan nga si Patman, and Je was just really crazy on fragging and Jen then just giving in the space dito for the rest of the duelists they have.
Yeah, and now, sabi nyo, it's Zind, the MVP of this match. Yung mismong laban na yun, yung last one, it was so quick, hindi mo alam kung hihinga ka ba hindi, pero kailangan talaga huminga in real life. Pero kung in the game itself, man, Dash, ganun ka, devastating nangyari from Oasis and Zol completely taking that series by storm.
And to add to that, yung MVP natin na si Zin, double role yung ginagawa niya during our game, pero he's still able to get a good amount of kills. First 3 games natin, sobrang taas nung kills na to, and siya yung laging mataas, or at least mataas yung number of kills for the team, and that's why he really deserves it.
Yeah. Totoo. Ang makikita pa natin guys na bukod nga sa duelist na nagbibigay nga siya ng cypher plays and all, usually ginagawa yun is between the duelist and the initiator. So grabe si Zin, the impact that he gives throughout the series is just incredible.
Dahil nakita nga natin ang plays ni Zin, kausapin na natin siya sa ating interview dahil syempre Zol Esports is on the grand finals of VCT. Tara, kausapin na natin siya, Dash and Honey Glaze. Alam ko madami kayong pwedeng itanong. Tara, tawagin na natin Zind of Zol Esports. Congratulations po!
Thank you po. Pause.
Ayan. Yan ang pinaka-importante. The celebration, the paos, the sigaw, nakapagbigay ng energy yun eh. Man, congratulations again, Zin, and all of Zol Esports for being back ngayon sa Grand Finals. Matanong ko lang, lahat ng casters sinabi to, even us, kahit nanonood kami kanina, this is the rematch na hinihintay ng lahat. Di ba, Dash and Honey Glaze?
Oo.
How are you feeling na ngayon na bumalik ulit kayo before the Grand Finals?
Excited po. Parang yung same feelings nung last year po na ganoon po. Kasi may chance po kami na manalo po kami ulit eh. Kung nagawa po namin last year.
I love it.
Ay kung nangyari po na nanalo po kami last split, kaya po namin panalo ulit ngayon yan. may chance po kami.
At talagang pinakita nyo ang may kakayahan nyo in this year. Congratulations once again, Zin. Oh, Dash and Honey Glaze, go ahead. Feel free to ask your questions.
So, ako muna. So, Zin, may tanong lang ako sa'yo. Yung Game 2, kasi map-pick nyo yun eh. Ina-expect nyo ba na ganun yung mangyayari during that game? Kasi sobrang nagulat din ako sa nangyari that game. Nag-13-2 kayo against Oasis sa bind.
Na-overwhelm po kasi kami nung starting pa lang tapos di na po kami nakabangon eh. Pero ganun po kasi talaga, di natin masabi.
Totoo.
Naunahan po kami. So, bawi na lang po sa next game. Next match. I mean, next
nakabangon
map.
kayo sa Icebox, di ba?
Opo.
Grabe,
Opo.
grabe yung icebox na yun. Pero tawirin ko na kaagad, Sin, ha? Dahil lumipat na nga pumunta tayo in Haven. Yung composition nyo, hindi gumana sa Naos. Pero I wanna ask, may thoughts ba kayo na palitan yun sana on the series or talagang you already thought na gagana to laban sa Oasis for the series?
Wala naman po sa isip namin na palitan po yung comp. Talagang yung sa match po kasi namin sa Naos, kalaban lang po namin yung sarili namin nun, hindi po sila mismo talaga. Kumbaga yung mga decision po namin kasi hindi namin napag-iisa. Kaya natalo po kami sa Naos. Ngayon po kasi nagkakaisa po lahat eh. Kumbaga pag sinabing ganito na lang yung gagawin. Go agad, wala na pong delay, wala nang kontra.
Kinikilabutan ako kasi for sure, sabi nga ni Sin kanina, di ba? Na there is a chance talaga na makapunta, mapanalo nila yung Grand Finals at pumunta ng Ascension. So again, congratulations Sin and maraming salamat.
Thank you po.
Ang ganda ng sinabi mo doon, Zin, mindset is truly a key, no? So talagang kalaban mo lang talaga yung sarili at in anything that you do. Dahil ngayon nga, inaabangan nga yung Grand Finals rematch na to. Do you have any message heading to that day?
Good luck na lang po sa lahat. Good luck po sa kanila, good luck din po sa amin. Ayun lang po. Wala na po kami ibang sabi.
I love it. Respect and sportsmanship is there. Congratulations po once again. Pero bago ang lahat, huling shout out sa mga sumuporta sa inyo heading to this day.
Shoutout po sa mga sumuporta po sa amin, walang sawang sumusuporta. Tsaka po yung mga nagsasabi po sa amin na hindi namin kayang bumalik sa Grand Finals. Ito na po kami, nandito na po ulit kami. Grand Finals na po ulit kami.
Shoutout sa mga haters.
Sana magtiwala na kayo next time. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zin and Zol Esports. Congratulations. Mag-celebrate na kayo. Inom na ng payback ko sa Paos. Congratulations po once again. See you po sa Grand Finals. Wow, guys. Ang ganda ng naging interview natin with Zen. Akalain nyo, it was just completely themselves na nagkaisa and tinanggal lahat ng pwede nilang isipin in terms of stress heading to that game. Umamin naman din sila sa pagkakamali, pero the match and the series completely, Zol Esports had a great way to understand what could the possible way to win this and go back to the Grand Finals. So mga nagduda, at well, ito na yung time ni para mag-comment. Okay na yan, deserve nila yan. Grand Finals na, kita-kits na lang. So tingnan natin yung bracket. Dahil ito na nga ang naging resulta ng ating playoffs dito sa Split 2. How is it looking, guys? This is the Grand Finals now since All Dash.
Sinabi rin to kanina mga casters natin, ina-expect nila na 3-1 yung magiging series natin. And ito nga, yun nangyari dito sa series natin pero in favor of Zol. Pero expectations lang coming into the Grand Finals. Ito yung form ng Zol na hinahanap natin during the whole group stages.
Diba?
And nakita naman natin siya during this game against Oasis.
Really is kind of a heartbreaking series na nangyari na nga for this day dahil imagine throughout the group stages napanalo nga iyon in a flawless run for Oasis. Pero dito, masasabi talaga natin going into the playoffs is that there always some kind of difference and also yung changes nila para nga makapasok into the Grand Finals. At yun mismo ay nasolusyonan na nga na both of our Grand Finalists, Naos and Sol. What a way to find and to witness all together itong magiging rematch natin for the split para makita pa natin kung sino ang makakapag-represent ng Pilipinas going to Ascension.
Well, that is a great way to end that series, Honey Glaze and Dash. Dahil kung titingnan mo din, well, this is the best of the best in split number 2. And syempre, magkakatalo sa Grand Finals kung ano nga ba. It's good to know na there's still respect. Syempre, mas paghahandaan nila yung mismong bakbakan doon. Kasi kaya tayo kanina, the game went so quick. Nagkaroon ng advantage and disadvantages. But also, sa lahat ng sumuport din for Oasis Gaming, alam ko guys, you might be sad about the result. But still, thank you for supporting them and GG well played to Oasis Gaming for giving us still a good amount of fun and mainit na mga matches dito sa split And we hope to see you bounce back again stronger. So guys, paano ba yan? Nag-3-1 tayo. Si Dash lang
Tapos na.
si Dash yun naniwa.
Grabe tong
Guys,
araw
tama
na to.
yung prediction.
Okay, tama yung prediction. So, bali ako yon or baka kami nanigas maniwala na kayo sa amin, guys. Kaya na namin, magtiwala na kayo. Muli po, ito yung ang sorry.
Grabe tong araw na to, no?
Oh,
Dahil,
grabe.
sobrang ilang beses akong nagkaroon ng nail biter of a scene, especially sa mga
Patingin
rounds
nga.
na akala mo, mapapanalo na, nakakagana na ako. Kasi mapapanalo na, close to a clutch na. Nila Wiz, nila Kelly S and all. Kelly S was amazing. Hindi ko makakalimutan yung impact of a play na lagi niya sinesecure. But then, kung babalikan natin yung Haven, talagang there's always biglang titipi si Kakarot. The blinds are just there. The hits, the bullets are just connecting into the players of Oasis. So, again, heartbreaking loss, but grabe, Sol just deserves this win. Grabe tong araw to sa kanila.
Especially yung game nila sa Icebox, no, Aniglaze. Yung nakita natin game nila sa Icebox, especially yung round na naging 10-10 na sila, doon nagsimula na sila na yung manalo and yung momentum nag-shift na talaga sa side nila during that time. And insane yung nakita nating performance from them na I hope mag-carry on sa Grand Finals natin.
Well, speaking of the Grand Finals, sabi ng mga casters natin dito at syempre nabulong na rin ng ating malupit ng basta yun. Nawala ako doon. Nag-isip pa ako ng all powerful guys sa Valorant.
Almighty.
Never
Ganun.
mind. So guys,
Okay.
sa lahat na sumuporta at gustong mapanood ng live ang ating Grand Finals, the venue is going to be in the High Grounds Cafe at sa July 31 and everything is free. So it's a free admission Grand Finals ng VCT Split 2. Kamusta naman yon, Dash and Honey Glaze? High Grounds Cafe, July 31.
Free admissions, guys. Free admissions. Hindi libre lahat. Baka isipin nyo may free admissions tayo. Oo, baka isipin nyo may libre pagkain. Papasok lang kayo, guys. Pero ayun, may free admissions tayo doon. And exciting kasi malapit lang siya, honestly, sa kung nasan man si Honey Glaze, kung nasan man ako. Ikaw ba, OSX, malapit pa siya sa'yo?
Medyo nasa gitna ako, pre. So kailangan natin konting effort. Yeah, no, konti lang. Pero it's good to see na magkakaroon tayo ng LAN event for the Grand Finals. That is next week, July 31, Wednesday, guys. Again po, free admission. Kayo na po bahala sa mga snacks nyo at ang mga drinks nyo dahil magiging malupit ang ating laban, ang mismong inaabangang rematch na pwede nating makita live. So, magkita-kita tayo sa araw na yun. Muli po, Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever, up to 50% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Also, use promo code GRABFOOD60 and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards. Hanggang ngayon, abot yun, guys.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yes, and thank you so much for our partners. And muli po, magkita-kita po tayo sa susunod na labanan, which is the Grand Finals. And kung medyo chill muna yung binigay na words ni Sind, I think we could expect na mainit na match in the Grand Finals. Kasi syempre, kanina, even though nakita natin yung winning moment, may mga nakakasar pa at merong nagiging, syempre, nandun na yung energy na lumabas eh. So,
Si Jay,
diba?
si Jay yun eh.
So, may kita natin yung live. Live.
Totoo.
And
Masaya yan.
sobrang saya. And guys, sa muli po, sa mga na still apektuhan ng bagyo, I hope you guys are doing fine and hoping we could see each other sa mismo Grand Finals. And also, in behalf of the casters na sumuporta at naging part ng weeks of the regular season of Split 2 heading to the playoffs, muli po, sila po ay na-excited na maging part ng also mapunta ng Grand Finals para magkita-kita tayong lahat at sa ating malupitang eyeball dahil matagal tayo online lang tayo lahat. So magsama-sama tayo sa July 30 on behalf of the production as well, and also malupit nating direct na hinihintay ko pa rin ngayon kung ano ibubulong sa akin. Pero direct, alam ko, okay na ba to? Ayun! Sobrang diretso to the point eh. No, muli po. Ako si OSX. Dash, Honey Glaze, anything to add before we end?
Sa akin, excited lang ako pumunta sa High Grounds Cafe. Excited ako makita ang lahat and excited rin ako makita ang mga idol ko, kayong dalawa.
Saktong-sakto, no? HG, High Grounds, tara na, let's go!
Oh, ano, pareho lang. So guys, kita-kita po tayo sa July 31. Muli po ko si OSX and we'll see each other sa Grand Finals ng VCT Split 2. Bye-bye.